Join Paranormal M, where mystery and the supernatural intertwine. Subscribe and enable notifications for updates on our newest spooky tales. Brace yourself for a haunting journey. My house in Amman, Jordan, is very haunted. Since the date we moved in, which was almost 18 or 19 years ago, there's been so much activity. There's multiple instances, and I'll be talking about a couple of them. The shadow people. When I was little, I was sleeping next to my mom. That was because my dad was away for work. I usually woke up at around 7 or 8 a.m., but on that day I woke up at 5:30 or 6, I'd say. When I woke up, I looked to my left toward the side my mom was sleeping on. I saw this figure of a shadow person. He had no face, but I could see the area where his mouth would be moving. I don't exactly remember how it was moving, but I know it was. It was very odd because obviously the figure had no mouth, but it felt like a mask was over their face. When I looked at him, he was standing so close to my mom as if he was whispering something to her. That is, until he noticed I woke up, and I was looking at him. As soon as he noticed me, he looked at me, then quickly turned around and started moving inhumanly fast toward the door. It was so scary, yet I wasn't scared. I was more curious than scared because I ran after him. When I reached the living room outside my mom's bedroom, we were on the second floor. The bajors, some types of curtains that we have in the Middle East, they're also most likely in other parts of the world, but honestly I don't know the name besides in Arabic. They were open. The thing is we only opened them when we woke up, and nobody was awake at 6 a.m. Also, they're so loud when they're open, so I would have heard them open them. When I got to the living room, he was gone, but they were all opened. Never saw him again, but I still remember it so well. The entities that are awake at night. I believe when we go to sleep, they wake up and they start living their lives because usually around 3 a.m. we hear footsteps going up and down the stairs. We hear them calling out our names, them peeking through our and my sister and I slightly open door. Sometimes my sister would wake up with a bite mark or a bruise. My grandma saw the same woman twice in the basement floor. We have a room down there. She would walk into a room, then outside into the main area where we had our closets. The layout of the house is very weird, so don't ask. My cousin heard my mom calling out my sister's name at 4 a.m. When she asked her the next day about it, she told him that she was passed out asleep at the time and she didn't call out for my sister at all that night. We lived there for a few years, but then moved to Canada when I was 11. That was basically the last time I was there until I turned 18. Went back to Jordan for a layover. Usually when we go to Jordan, I'll stay at my grandma's house, but since it was a layover, my sister and I thought it'd be fine to stay there just for one night. Keep in mind that we're scared out of our minds because that house traumatized us as kids. Anyways, we go straight to the basement. Our dad renovated the house because it was falling apart before, and he kindly added an elevator that leads straight to the basement for my grandma. That's because you can't go down the stairs since she broke her leg. So we go right from the front door to the basement using the elevator. So we basically didn't enter the upstairs area at all. While we were downstairs together, nothing really happened. My sister decided to go to sleep at 2 a.m., but I was still jet-lagged and watching, so... Or, it says watching you, so maybe you too, I don't know. The second it hit 3 a.m., that's when shit started going down. I was peacefully vibing, chilling, watching my show, and I heard this loud bang upstairs. Now, of course, my fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and I obviously flew into my sister's bedroom. I ran as fast as humanly possible because I heard a door slam so hard as if they were mad at us. We weren't welcomed. There were no windows open, and there were no doors open because we never went upstairs. I've never felt more scared in my life because it sounded like they legit broke the door with how hard they slammed it shut. After I calmed down a bit, I went to use the washroom. I finished washing my hands, I turned off the tap, and I went to sleep. My sister wakes me up an hour later telling me to go turn off the tap. I look at her in shock, like, bitch, I turned it off. Of course, she didn't sleep after that, so she packed her bags quickly and we dipped. Never really went back after that, but I did have a dream about the house that I still remember very vividly. It was about this little girl who was wearing a dress and one of those French painter hats. She had bangs and a short bob. She looked very cute. She led me upstairs to where bedrooms are, and that's where I saw an old man staring outside the window. I remember when I looked at him, I became so creeped out and scared. Then I went in my room to look around, but nothing really happened. That is, until I looked to my right at my parents' bedroom. I saw a bunch of mannequins. They were headless and armless and legless. Some had clothes on, some didn't. The little girl and old man were circling around them, just walking around. It was very scary, to be honest. Anyways, if you've gotten this far, kudos to you. Kudos received. I saw a strange creature in the woods. Hi, everybody. This happened to me like 5 years ago when I was maybe 20 years old. It was my mother's birthday, and she wanted to have a big party with all of her friends in a house her family has near a famous Mexican volcano. At around 10 o'clock, my mom told me that she and some of her friends were going to the forest to share scary stories and asked me if I wanted to go, and of course I said yes. We walked for about 15 minutes in the dark, stopped at a little cliff. Didn't really know how to describe it, but we were on top of a dirt path, and there was another path like that, but down a couple meters from us. There was just a lamp post down there, which was the only light source near us. I faced them in that path, and they faced a wall behind me, and I started preparing to tell the story. The story when I see movement down there on that path. Warned my mom about it, and she and a couple of her friends looked back, and we all saw a small and strange creature. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but it was like a meter tall, stood on 2 legs, had 2 normal goat-like legs, and the other 2 were really tiny, like a T-Rex. His head was tiny and also goat-shaped with horns, but with more human features on the face mostly, and his torso was really short, like it almost had none. His legs were like 80% of his body. It saw us and it started to walk away. But it stopped sometimes to watch us over, and it's like watching over its shoulder with curiosity. I assume because of its body language. And then a dog came out of nowhere and started chasing it away, and then went into the dark. We immediately decided to go to another less scary place and didn't really talk about that strange encounter. We eventually returned to the house, and my mom said something like, "Everybody who saw the creature, draw it on a piece of paper so we can compare." Everybody did, and it was the same drawing in everyone's paper. Around 10 people saw it, including children and adults. And to this day, we have no idea what that was. I have other paranormal stories with my mom if anyone is interested. An unknown entity asked me to gift is something. Buckle up. This really unsettled me. I was laying in bed a few nights ago and I was turned on my left side. My left ear was smushed into my pillow. I was contemplating some things happening in my life when I heard someone whisper. They were extremely clear at first. The sound was coming from the ear smushed into my pillow. The whisper greeted me, waited for me to respond, and I was able to converse with it mentally somehow. It asked me to give it something. I told it that I wouldn't be giving it anything until I knew who I was talking to, and understood what his intentions were. I was freaked out, but I just mentally shouted that. I also asked it to leave me alone, but it kept whispering. I asked who it was again, and it answered, but the answer was garbled and impossible to make out. It was strange, since everything else said was super clear. I got frustrated, so I demanded that it identify itself to me or I was going to stop listening. I got more mumbled and garbled speech. Then I told it that if it didn't tell me right now, I was going to stop listening. And it very clearly spit and hissed out a no. Then I sat straight up and stopped listening. Since then, I've been worried. I don't know if this is real or not. I spoke to my psychiatrist about it, and he tells me the only explanation is high stress levels. But in all honesty, my life is amazing right now, and I've not been feeling stressed at all. The opposite, actually. It confused me a lot. I also spoke with my therapist about this, and she also couldn't really come up with the explanation that I may have experiencing maybe acute extreme short-term stress. Except I was meditating and happily contemplating my life. I wasn't stressed. After that happened, I absolutely felt some kind of weird emotional shift in the room. It didn't feel right. Ever since then, every time I place a snack or a treat of some kind down in my room, I feel this weird energy shift. It's the best way I can really describe it. It's like a feeling of extreme excitement. Since this has happened every time I set stuff down in my room that could be mistaken for a gift, I have to mentally say it's not for whoever spoke to me and specify its use. And that energy shift changes from excited to neutral or sort of broody pretty quick. I'm not sure what to do. The feeling I got when I talked to whatever this wasn't like anything I've ever really felt before. It felt, other. I've checked the room. The house has no TVs. No one else was home using devices that could have made the whispers. No radios were on. I can't explain it. If anybody else has some good explanations, I'd love to hear them. It would really settle me to have this explained away logically at this point. And also I'm here to ask the question, if this is some otherworldly thing or a ghost or something, what the hell do I do about it? How do I handle it? It gave me a bad feeling, and I didn't get a good feeling from the fact that it was hiding its identity, but also asking me for something, so how do I proceed? What if it's good? I need some help. Mom came to see me after her passing. My mom died from cancer in the home that they had lived in for many years. This was her wish, and I was glad that I could make it happen. Even ill, she looked pretty in her pink nightdress and robe. Still makes me cry almost 30 years later. I mean, we expect to have to bury her parents at some point, but that she had to go that way still breaks my heart. Anyway, the second day after her passing, we had made the final arrangements with the funeral home. Went shopping for a suit for my dad. That night, my mom came and sat on the bed with a gentle smile on her face. She was radiant, wearing a pink nightgown and robe. She said that she really would like the charcoal gray suit that Dad bought. We had ended up buying 2 suits, one black and the gray one. I told her that I couldn't do that right now because it was still so hard that she was gone. She told me everything was going to be all right, and that, poof, she was gone. I chalked it up to a dream in my mind, looking for a way to comfort me. I was doing my best to keep it together for my dad, who lost his life mate after being married for so long, and I wasn't going to mention seeing Mom because I thought he would just give me that look of his, many soldiers over the years of all of us kids had this look. He was ill too at the time too, mind you. And Dad was a career military man, and it was usual to find him up drinking his black coffee at 4 a.m. I got up because I couldn't sleep, and as I was walking to the bathroom, he was sitting in his recliner with his mug of coffee in the dark so he wouldn't disturb anyone. He stopped me in my tracks when he said, "Your mother came to see me last night and said that she really likes the charcoal gray suit you picked out for me." It blew me away. She visited both of us the same night and said almost word for word the same things. Dad slept in the RV because he couldn't bear sleeping in their bed without her. I really felt her presence for several weeks after she passed. Finally, Dad said he was going to hit the road in their RV because he couldn't take all the reminders of Mom. Mom passed in April, and I had planted daffodils for her. she'd always had lots of the plants. The first daffodil had bloomed not too long after her funeral, so I took it to the cemetery. I left it in a vase. Vase. We got a late ice, then snowstorm the next day, so it was a few days later that I went to the cemetery again. And guess what? The daffodil looked perfect. Should have been withered and shriveled looking. How is it possible after the ice and bitter cold with 4 or 5 inches of snow and ice? I've always been interested in the paranormal, and I enjoy a good scary movie. But I am also a skeptic. I've always looked for another cause for whatever paranormal event that I had heard about. I mean, I love a good mystery. Maybe this was all wishful thinking, but a shared experience tends to make it a little bit more real to me. Racing blue orb. This encounter happened around 2012. That was while I was an undergrad. At the time, I was commuting 30 minutes to and from school and home, and this occurrence happened during the late-night commute home. The road home was mostly winding roads through small towns, cow fields, and forest. At a particularly dark area, I remember a very bright light appeared behind my car. My first thought was that it was a motorcycle with a halogen bulb. The light was a sort of a blue-white, bright enough to illuminate my dashboard and cast a shadow over the passenger's headrest. As the light appeared to my left, which is the driver's side, I realized that it wasn't producing any sound. The only sound I could hear was the sound of my own car. The orb was roughly 2 feet across and maintaining speed with my vehicle, which must have been around 30 miles an hour. As I drove, the orb stayed by my side except to swerve occasionally between the trees, all the while maintaining speed. This encounter couldn't have lasted more than 3 minutes. As I approached a stop sign, the orb fizzled out like a dying sparkler or firework. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness of the road without the orb, I realized it had actually happened. My eyes needed adjusting. I drove the rest of the way questioning the entire occurrence. When I got home, I told my father what had happened, and to my surprise, he believed me, saying, must have been aliens. I have my doubts about that, but it was certainly an event that stated, or rather, has been staying clear in my mind, all these years later. Ghost stories and stuff I experienced. Hi guys. Most of the stories I'm about to tell are quite wholesome. Some are scary, but here I go. I'm going to start with the wholesome one. It's a story that I haven't personally experienced, but it's a well-known story from where I'm from. I'm from Bulgaria for context, and I just dropped a battery. One night, a soldier was coming home after a long time in the army, and he saw a girl in her wedding dress crying. It was also in the middle of nowhere because he was from a small village. He was worried for the girl. She was sat on an old bench under a tree. When he asked her what happened, she said that her boyfriend left her before they got married and some other stuff. It was wintertime, so he offered her a soldier jacket and walked her home. He told her to keep his jacket, and that he'll come back and take it in a few days. He saw her open her front door and go to her room, waving goodbye from her window. 2 days later, he went back to take his jacket, knocked on her door, but her parents opened the door and they asked him who he was looking for. He said her name and that he was looking for her because he gave her his jacket. His parents told him that she had died 3 months ago, shortly before her wedding, and they buried her and her wedding dress. He explained that she went to her room with his jacket. When her father went to her room to check he saw a soldier's jacket hanging on the rack. For me, the story is really wholesome, but he probably shit his pants. This one is one I experienced myself. One night I peed on the neighbor's fence. I was probably 3 or 4. Same night I began to see weird hallucinations of a big horse trying to attack me and my parents. I wouldn't allow my mom to cover her feet because a big horse was going to bite her. Wouldn't you want her feet covered? When I had to pee, I only wanted to pee on that same spot, nowhere else. Then my grandma understood what happened and threw her jacket on the floor so I could pee. But I peed, they brought me to some old woman who can communicate with them, and she cured me. I was possessed, and they were trying to make me pee there to possess me even more or something. Same thing happened to my cousin, but he was seeing a big dog. And to his older sister, who was a baby when it happened, the baby wasn't stopping to cry. They finally decided to bring her to that same woman who cured me years later. She told them to be very thankful the baby peed on his pants, and if it pissed on the table, they would have blinded the baby. I shouldn't be laughing at this, but what? I was asking, too, what was the table stuff? And apparently they were having a dinner or something in the night, and it's mostly in the bathroom or out near the house. A woman I know got beaten almost to death in her bathroom because she showered at 3 at night. Okay. She said she got thrown from wall to wall from something she didn't see and was screaming her lungs out, but no one heard anything until they found her in the morning in a pool of blood. This story is from her grandfather of my grandma, that he was coming home late at night with his horse and his carriage and saw a guy near a cemetery with his goats out in the night. He obviously saw that and understood that no way was this guy normal with his goats at that late at night. He was Muslim and knew a lot of prayers for situations like that, so he said a prayer. And if the ghost is a good one, he'll protect him from the bad ghosts. If it's a bad one, it's going to turn into a ball of fire and disappear. When he opened his eyes, the ghost was sitting next to him, and his goats were following the carriage. He went home, parked his carriage, and as soon as he went through the door, the man disappeared. That same man my great-great-grandfather saw a girl in a wedding dress crying. He thought, why is she crying? She was so happy today. He was on a wedding the same day, and he thought that was the same girl. But when he went to see why she was crying, she showed her face and launched herself at him and turned into a fireball. Same guy was coming through from work late night in his village. Small. He's on his way home. Through some grass fields when he saw a group of marching soldiers. Obviously not a normal thing you see in a grass field. The last guy was on C-R-U-C-E-S, cruces, crux, because he had no leg. He was the only one to stop and look at my grandfather, and he said, "Commander, do we take him with us?" He answered, "Just keep on walking." Probably wanted to take him with them to the cemetery or something similar. Whoa, this guy's writing is crazy. Some weird things happened in my house when I was a teen. For full disclosure, I would consider myself an open-minded skeptic. These things happened after I suddenly lost my dad, who I was pretty close to. I lost him to illness as a kid, plus there was a lot of dysfunction in my family after his death. So I'm not sure if these were just the imagination of a child who's grieving her father while living in a dysfunctional household or what. I still feel really spooked out when I think about them. I've had trouble explaining some of the stuff. The first weird thing I noticed was a shadow I saw on the living room couch. The couch was in a really well-lit area next to a big window, so it was a weird place for a shadow. I don't even know if shadow would be the right word here. It was like every time I walked past the living room, out of the corner of my eye, I'd see a black shadow-like silhouette of a woman sitting on the couch. I could name specific details, like it always looked like she was sitting with her legs curled up on the couch beside her, and her hair pulled up into some sort of a bun, and of course when I'd turn to look there'd be nothing there. But this kept up for years. I did start to think I was maybe unwell or just imagining things until other people, like my brother's girlfriend, who I'd never told about this shadow woman, started complaining to me that they kept thinking they saw a woman on the couch out of the corner of their eye. But when they turned to look, nothing would ever be there. The next weird thing was how it kept happening that I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of people talking downstairs, sometimes yelling even. I always had a really weird, unsettled feeling when this happened, and I was always scared to open my door when this would happen. It felt so off, but in the times I was brave enough to open my door and check, there would be nothing. Just dark downstairs, no one down there. Everyone else in the house asleep in their rooms. So I started sleeping with my TV on for years to try to drown out the sounds. And again, I thought I was maybe imagining things, but maybe even I was unwell or developing some disorder. That was until other people in the house started complaining about hearing it too. Sometimes my TV would just turn off on its own while I was sleeping. I'd still wake up to the talking downstairs. Back when family computer rooms were still a thing, I'd obviously stay in the family computer until pretty late at night. A lot of the young teens would do, checking MySpace or whatever. Except the family computer room was right next to the basement. And when I'd stay up at the night in the computer room, I'd hear footsteps going up and down the basement stairs. I also got a weird feeling about it and was sometimes afraid to open the door. But I sometimes did at my mom's insistence that maybe one of the cats or dogs had gotten left down in the basement. And of course it was always dark with nothing down there. A few times I did feel brave enough to check though. When I was an older teen, I had a laptop. I started having issues that even when the laptop was fully turned off, every morning at around 3 or 3:15 a.m. it would turn on and start playing random songs or random YouTube videos. Maybe there was a technical explanation for this, like a virus or an alarm or something. I would always do it at around 3 a.m. and it was random. I would open my music player or YouTube and it would usually be the last song or video I'd watched or listened to, even though my laptop was turned off and closed. Maybe with all the other stuff going on, I was just projecting something paranormal onto a glitchy laptop. One of my weirdest memories was one day I was sitting on my bed working on a paper for school. I remember I had a TV on and I remember Scrubs was on. I'm really dating all of this, aren't I? I know that show. When I got that weird feeling that you get when someone's watching you from my doorway. I looked in the doorway and I just saw a face, nothing else. No body and a face that looked like a little bit transparent. It was weird. It was like an orangey color and the eyes were really big and black. Kinda reminded me a bit of an owl. After a few seconds of staring back at it, it just sort of disintegrated into thin air. Got up and slammed my door shut and freaked out about it for a bit. A few years ago, my mom sold the house. I went to visit for the last time as a grown woman in my early 30s with my husband, and weirdly enough, part of me almost wanted something weird to happen while I was visiting. Nothing weird or paranormal did happen, though. My mom claims she got rid of whatever was there. Maybe she did, maybe we were all just sick with grief and family dysfunction when I was a teen. All still weird, though, and I still don't know what to make of it. If you smell cigarette smoke on your boat, but nobody's smoking, get used to it. To start this off, I used to live in Nova Scotia, Canada. More specifically in the Sombro-Ketch Harbor area. If you've ever been around this area, you've probably heard of the Sombro Island, and its absolutely beautiful lighthouse, and very cool history. My first time hearing this story, and the actual story itself, takes place on this island. I'll try to tell you exactly how the story goes based off of what I remember. Way back when lighthouses still needed lightkeepers to stay running, oftentimes they would be on the islands for months before returning home. Because of that, and also the living conditions on the island, things like insanity, depression, paranoia, and loneliness, and even suicide, they were unfortunately quite common. I'm not sure exactly when this takes place, but I do know that it was in the late 1700s or 1800s. The active lightkeeper on the island was, as you can imagine, depressed, lonely, and always super tired. That's due to the requirement that they had to wake up multiple times at night to make sure the light stays on at all times. Eventually, he couldn't stand this life anymore, and he hanged himself from the railing of the spiral staircase inside the lighthouse. His body stayed there for many months before they sent a ship out to pick him up and take him home. Of course, all they found was a stench of a rotting corpse and a poor dead man. His body was removed and given a proper sea burial. However, it took much longer to remove the horrible stench that had come from the decomposed body juices dripping down all over the wooden stairs and railings of the lighthouse. Once the smell had finally subsided, they sent another lightkeeper out to take the man's place. However, it only took 2 weeks for this lightkeeper to take the boat that they had supplied him that they now realized was a good idea and flee from the island out of fear. According to the man, he would often smell cigarette smoke and the smell of rot at the top of the lighthouse, and around other parts of the island. Apparently, he caught glimpses of the dead lightkeeper with a lantern, roaming the island and around the lighthouse. Of course, the common loneliness and paranoia, in addition to these occurrences, was enough to drive him mad, and he fled the island. It is said that if you visit the island and get the feeling that you're being watched, you most likely are, and you shouldn't leave immediately, or you should. However, if you don't leave fast enough, or if you do something to irritate the lightkeeper, there's a good chance that you may smell cigarette smoke on your boat, even after you've left the island. The demon that mimicked my dad. When I was 14 or 15, I was living with my dad. We lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment that was upstairs. I wouldn't say that the apartment was a hotspot for paranormal activity per se, but shortly after we moved in, some strange things started to happen. For some reason, my dad's room always gave me the creeps. Mind you, I'm not somebody who's scared of the dark at all. But whenever I'd walk by his room, he wasn't home and the door was open. It felt like somebody was looking back at me through the darkness. I started to close his door when he wasn't home because the feeling of being watched from his room was overwhelming. One day I had walked home from school. Didn't see my dad's Jeep in the parking lot, so I figured he was out doing some handiwork for someone. I went inside, put down my backpack, and walked straight to his room and shut the door. I settled down in my room when I heard heavy stomping sounds from my dad's room. My heart stopped. My dad always wears these big steel-toe boots that are good for outdoor work and construction and carpentry. It sounded exactly like his heavy step. I stopped for a moment to listen and walked close to his door. When I realized that the light was on from the crack at the bottom of the door, and I said, "Dad?" just to make sure my dad wasn't actually home. I know I didn't see his car outside, and I didn't see my dad taking a nap when I first went to close his door, and that the light was not on, but maybe I'm losing my mind. No reply. I keep hearing the heavy steps. My second thought is, did somebody break in and hide in my dad's room? Ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife as I kept hearing the sound of heavy boots walking around. I slowly walked back to his door, braced myself for a long minute before finally jolting the door open. But nothing. No one was there. Ran to his closet door, slid the door open, knife in hand. No one. At this point, I'm thinking I'm crazy. I brush it off, go about my day. But I'd hear the footsteps time to time. Then one weekend night, while my dad was working, he was working his 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. graveyard shift as a security officer. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard the doorknob jiggling in the front door. My eyes darted to the door as I froze, watching the doorknob jiggle for about a minute long before stopping. After it stopped, I got up to check the peephole, and there was no one. Kinda got in the habit of sleeping with the lights on, and a weapon close, needless to say. When my dad returned home in the morning, he says, "I think somebody tried to break in." I said, "What do you mean?" He signals me to come to the outside of the door, and I see scratch marks and wood chipped away beneath the door frame around the knob. We chalked it up to maybe some junkie trying to break in. We lived in an area that was pretty notorious for drug use and poverty, but it freaked us out. My dad was pretty much always anxious to leave me alone after that. He started texting more and calling during his night shifts to check in. Wasn't sleeping much at the time, obviously. Now, one school night, while he was away working, everything seemed calm. No footsteps, no knobs jiggling, no ominous feelings in the apartment. I texted my dad that everything was good and I was going to sleep. I had to get up early for school. I wake up around 6:30 a.m., got up to use the restroom. I was particularly tired this day and didn't want to get in the shower yet, so I went to lay back down and scroll on my phone for a bit. As I'm laying in bed, I hear the front door unlock. My dad usually gets off at 8 a.m., but I assume maybe he got out early. "Dad," I called out. No reply. But I heard a grunting sound. It sounded like my dad was hurt, like the sound you make when your lips are closed and you groan in pain if you stub your toe. But it was a deep groan. Working security at a casino and a bar, my dad often would get into altercations with drunk patrons when he had to remove them. He'd been injured at work many times like this. "Dad, are you okay?" I called out to him again, and no reply. The groaning became louder. I heard a dragging sound on the carpet simultaneously. Thinking maybe he hurt his foot or his leg, and the dragging and groaning noise trailed from the living room to the kitchen and onto the tiled floor. Then I heard the fridge open and then close. Called out one more time, "Dad!" No reply. Now I'm freaked out and sinking deep into my bed as my heart pounds. I heard the dragging noise on the carpet again, and the groaning noise started getting closer to my room. Then the groaning turned into a growling, like a dog or a wolf. Quickly, the growling was a snarling, evil sound that I can't get out of my mind. Pulled the blankets over my head, started to cry and to pray. I was shaking. The growling approached the doorway to my room. It was in my room, loud. I could feel the anger and threat directed toward me. And then I heard the sound of a gust of wind. My light bulb blew out and the lights went off. It became dark and cold suddenly. My fight or flight kicked in at this point, and I jumped out of bed to face whatever it was, but I saw nothing. Except, strangely, a gallon of water from her fridge in the middle of the floor that was not there when I'd gone to the bathroom minutes before. At this point, I'm too freaked out to really pay that any mind, and I run out of my room in the front door, and there's no one in the living room, and the front door's locked. I unlocked the front door and run down the stairs crying. I immediately called my dad, who left work, and rushed home. Waited at the bottom of the steps until he arrived. He thinks that I had a bad dream to this day. We moved out soon after because I just couldn't stand being there anymore. Whatever it was didn't seem like a trapped spirit. Never had another experience like this anywhere I lived, before or after. And it's my only true paranormal experience. I believe it was a demon in that apartment that was mimicking my dad. Why that place? I have no idea. Why did it mimic my dad? I don't know. But it didn't follow me when we moved, at least. Never forget the sound of it growling at me. Ghostly pranks. I was reminiscing with my partner about our old church youth group last night, and I was reminded about this experience. I feel like every middle school had a ghost story of some sort. In ours, the girls' locker room was haunted by a girl who died after a medical emergency. But I never saw or experienced anything there. The middle school, that was just a mile up the street, had haunted bathrooms, apparently. This school had a really nice field, and people liked to play soccer there. Our youth group was participating in a soccer tournament with other, local youth groups that year. So we used that field to practice. The quote-unquote haunted bathroom happened to be near the field that was left open during the daytime. One day, trying to hide from being forced to play, I announced I needed to go to the bathroom, and I scurried in there. It was completely empty when I went inside. I remember the door being particularly squeaky when I opened it and closed it. And so were the stall doors. So I'm sitting there chilling and I hear the light switch being turned off and the lights go out. Then I hear a kid giggling, so I get up and open the stall, and I peek out, and the only light coming from the overhead windows above the bathroom mirrors. In the reflection of the mirrors, I see someone run into a stall, and the stall door close. There's 2 feet underneath the stall that climb up and disappear, and again I hear giggling. So I'm pissed thinking some kid's messing with me, and they climbed into the toilet to hide. So I open the stall door, and there's no one in there. Checked every stall, and all of them are empty. Suddenly I was being pelted by something small, and the lights turned back on. So weird, I looked down and see dimes on the floor. Well, I picked them up, and I just got out of there. Thinking back, I realized besides the giggles when the kid moved, I didn't hear anything else. But every time I opened a stall door, they squeaked, and so did the bathroom door. I later learned from one of the youth members that went to that school that students tended to avoid going in there. It was because somebody would always turn off the lights in mid-business. Or they'd always being hit with dimes, usually 40 or 50 cents. That's the story of how I was pranked by a ghost in a middle school bathroom. Just so all ghosts are aware, you can hit me with dimes as furiously as you would like. I will take it. The mirror that stopped reflecting me. I was never told to buy old mirrors from strange shops. But when I saw this one, I couldn't help myself. It looked normal, just a little bit dirty, with an old frame. I liked it, so I bought it, and I brought it home. At first, it seemed fine. I looked into it like any other mirror. But one night, something strange happened. When I looked into the mirror, my reflection was smiling, but I wasn't. I got scared and quickly looked away. The next night, I heard whispers coming from the mirror. I couldn't understand the words, but they gave me chills. I covered the mirror with a blanket and went to bed. The third night was the worst. The whispering was louder, and this time I heard it clearly. My reflection now grinned wide and said, "Let me in." I screamed, threw the blanket back over the mirror, terrified. But when I finally gathered the courage to check the mirror again, the reflection wasn't there anymore. Then I felt it. My reflection was no longer in the mirror, it was standing behind me. Entity at my aunt's house. I'm very close with my cousin. Let's call her Lily. We're both the same age, and I'm just 4 months older than her. Since childhood, we've been very close. Lily and I are 19 now, and we live together since we're in the same college. She's my aunt's, my father's sister's daughter. When I was a kid, like 9 or 10, I went to her house during summer vacation. So to understand better, let me explain how her house was. They used to live in a joint family. Her father has 2 brothers. Their house was a 3-story house. On the ground floor lived the oldest brother with his family with their grandparents. On the first floor lived the second oldest brother, but they moved, so the middle floor was empty. And on the second floor lived my cousin. Each floor was like an apartment with 4 rooms, 5 baths, a living room, 2 storerooms, kitchen, and another living room for guests. But there was something about her house that just unsettled me. You know when you enter a room, you feel this energy around you that weighs on your heart like a suffocating feeling? That's how I used to feel whenever I used to visit them. My little cousin, Lily's younger brother, used to talk to this invisible friend all the time. It was so disturbing for me. But apparently it was normal for them. My aunt was starting to get depressed that time, and her behavior had changed so much so that one night I got used to the bathroom. Or, that's what they wrote. But I think what they mean is it changed so much that one night they went to use the bathroom. They tried to switch on the light, but my aunt had taken out the bulb because my little cousin used to play with the switches. I used to be very scared of the dark and closed spaces, so I left the door open a little bit to let the light come in. The bathroom had a weird layout. not a single window. I did my business, and when I saw the door was closed, I nearly had a heart attack because I was scared of closed spaces. I tried to open it, but it didn't open. And then when I realized, it literally made me pee my pants. The door was locked from the inside, like the thing that locks it was turned right, and there's no way it could have locked it. I couldn't even reach it because I was short, and when I was starting to panic, I saw it. The toilet and the sink has like half a wall, like sort of diving them, whatever that means. Dividing, I'm sure. Then the door to the next to that was the sink. I saw a silhouette of a man near the toilet. His eyes were glowing red. I took the stool to stand up on it and open the lock. Cried myself to sleep, and I couldn't even say anything because I was so scared. I told my aunt the next day. She said that it must have been me being half asleep, but I know I wasn't. The kind of fear I felt wasn't something a person who's half asleep could feel. Sunlight never came in that house, and it was always so cold. My aunt got so depressed there, like we couldn't even recognize he's the same person that we knew. My little cousin almost died because he got a fever that he had to be admitted to the ICU. My cousin got admitted to the hospital because she got food poisoning. My aunt's condition got so bad living there that my dad had to call them at her place to live with us. They lived with us for maybe a year before they moved. The middle floor, which was empty, had such bad energy surrounding it. Me and my cousin would run past it so fast without even looking. They moved a long time ago, and they're doing way better. That place seriously had something there. Haunted house in Stillwater, Oklahoma. This is a true story that happened in the early 70s. Some friends and I stayed with a friend in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I can be a bit sensitive to spiritual things, and I noticed something strange about the house the night we arrived. There was a door to the downstairs, which was at field level. The second floor, which had the front door, that was at road level. This was a farmhouse with 3 stories. I found the first floor creepy, so I'd close the door to the first floor, and it would be open every other morning, even nights when I was the only person in the house. I came back one night to myself and found the front door so tight I couldn't even shake the door. I knew that lock parts were laying on the floor and the door couldn't be locked. Every morning I would find mice in the toilet. Never found that anywhere else. I used to see women standing in the kitchen doorway watching me. They're wearing old-time floor-length dresses. This is the strangest thing that happened during my visit. The house on the 3rd floor had a room at the head of the stairs that was painted black. I was told that students from the university held mock crucifixions and seances in that room. There were books nailed on the walls on the upper floor. One day the toilet on the 2nd floor was out of water due to the pump losing prime. Pulled the book that was nailed to the post at the top of the stairs to read while I was on the pod, and I sat down and opened the book to the first 2 black pages. The title of the book was Catholic Radio Messages, as I recall. Suddenly I flashed on a lady being attacked in the basement. She ran up the stairs to the room that was on the right of the head of the stairs, adjacent to the room that was painted black. She died in that room from some sort of an attack. A few days later, I was in town. I got separated from my friends. I went into the bar to go get a beer, and there was a guy in there that asked where I was from. I guess that was because I had an accent. I told him California. He asked where I was staying. I told him the house outside town. He was the one that told me about what happened in that black room. He told me a lady had been attacked in the room next to the room that was painted black, and she ran downstairs, died in the basement. His story was the same as mine, but different directions. I was told that students that stayed in the house in a sleeping bag had their toenails ripped off in the middle of the night. It was one really strange house. By the time I left, I could hear crying and wailing like from the pit of hell. I'd go to the back and see if that house is still there. But it's been so long. My jail encounter with a hitman named Carl. There was a time in my life that I was running weed from Mexico through Nogales up in Tucson. I was arrested several times, and this is what happened during the last time I was arrested. I was arrested in Nogales that spent some time in the federal cell in Tucson. This was maybe the early 70s. I had a top bunk next to the guy that ran the 2-for-1 store, and his name was Carl. Now, when I was in high school, I read a story in the March 4th, 1966 issue of Life magazine about a guy that killed some people in Tucson. He was called the Pied Piper of Tucson. His name was Charles Schmidt. That article reported some details that stuck in my head that's pretty important. So Carl rolls over one day and he tells me that he was out in the desert practicing with his guns. Carl was a hitman, and that was why he was in jail. He tells me he's coming back when he sees this girl along the side of the trail. She's wearing a bathrobe, and Carl describes it more or less as matching the article. Carl can see the desert through a hole in her head. She's saying, help me, and he realizes she's an apparition, so he walks on. Sometime later, he's going back out to shoot his guns when he sees some guys digging in the trail that he's on. Now, Charles Schmidt was one of the only mass murderers that was ever really convicted of a murder where the body wasn't found. After his conviction, he led authorities to the location of the body, which happened to be about a trail where Carl saw the apparition. Carl was a quiet, dead serious type. When you're behind bars, you get a feel for the types around you. You could tell Carl played for keeps. He wasn't the type to beat you up or he would kill you. To illustrate that point, there is an incident in the cell where something happened to a card game. I guess one guy was facing off with about 6 or 8 Mexicans. The guy was a big, strong, crazy type, but only one guy. He called Carl to help him. The Mexican just disappeared in their bunks. They would fight the crazy guy, but not Carl. He had that aura. Ghost figures in hotels. Pretty much every time I stay in a hotel, I see things in the night. One time was in a hotel in Glasgow. I was staying in the same room as my brother. At 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up and saw an sort of an oldish man who was wearing a military uniform. He had medals and a bushy mustache. He had white outlines, and I could kind of see through him, so he did look more ghost-like than others I'd seen. I didn't feel threatened because I think he could see me, but I don't think he knew I could see him. Because I opened my eyes and looked at him, I rolled over and went back to sleep. But I could hear my brother snoring, and I wear my Apple Watch to track my sleep, and it said awake at that exact time. Crazy thing is that hotel was built on top of an old Navy base along the Clyde. So the uniform matches the location. Didn't know about that before I saw him, too. More recently, I was staying in a hotel in Manchester with my friend. Woke up in the middle of the night and I saw someone standing up but hunched over, as if to pick something up, sort of. This person was wearing a band t-shirt and shorts and had very, similar long hair as my friend. I assumed she'd dropped something from the bed and got up to go get it, but as I looked at her bed, I saw that she was sleeping in it. Quickly shut my eyes, went back to sleep as if nothing happened. Well, I go by the if you see or hear something, no you didn't rules. Didn't feel like anything bad was going to happen, but I try to pretend that everything is normal just for the peace of mind. Intrusive/weird thoughts. That is actually precognition. Hey y'all, I'm 29-year-old male here. This happened to me countless times to the point that I think information moves freely in time and space. Want to know if any of you know how to discern precognition thoughts of intrusive ones properly. By the way, this is not safe for work because my last precognition thoughts led me to a very negative experience. It happened a month ago. I managed to reunite all of my old friends of high school at my best friend's house for a night of fun, drinking, swimming. On my way there, I was driving my car thinking about how fun it was going to be. Then, out of nowhere, I have this weird thought. I wonder if any of these friends, who are all males, ever had hidden homosexual relationships between them. We were pretty macho being young, always calling each other wuss or saying shit like the last person to touch something is gay, okay? Whatever we were dumb. I personally am pretty straight, never wanted or had same-sex relationships. So I think about every guy of my old crew, about 10 people, and who would be the most likely to have had one, and with who. There's one friend I know for sure who's getting more, as they say, or as he's putting it, quote-unquote, sexually fluid with time and thought about it for a while. Never ever thought about something like this, so I got weirded out and consciously decided to change the subject in my own mind. Fast forward, the party's great. We have tons of fun, everybody's going home except for me, my best friend, and another old-time friend, the sexually fluid guy. My best friend opens the sofa to make it a bed, and we listen to funny videos. I pass out, I woke up, and the first thing I realized is I'm butt naked. My friend, quote-unquote, is actively trying to grab my D, and, well, okay. There's more stuff written here. I'm going to skip over that because people will complain in the comments. And I didn't pick this. So apparently this other guy's trying to bang him. He pushes the other guy back. And apparently, thank God my best friend came out of his room and laughed when he saw my other friend all over me, but we were covered by a blanket and he didn't understand what was really happening. Took the opportunity to get up and sleep downstairs. Didn't talk about it to anyone yet, way too humiliated. I think I know when it's precognitive thoughts because it's really out of place, and it's like my mind catches some piece of information that I downloaded into my consciousness by giving it weight. Just wish I clearly knew what was going to happen. Well then, I don't think there's a reason to be embarrassed about getting some person off of you that you have no interest on being on you. All of that sounds incredibly uncomfortable. To me, an old-fashioned person. Story of encounter from years ago that I never forgot. This is a story from my teens. It's bothered me and made me wonder for years. I don't know why I've never thought of this before, but I'm wondering if anybody can tell me what happened or who or what I spoke to and why they tried to speak to me. A bit of a backstory. As a child, I had bad dreams, at least as my parents called them. But I wasn't asleep and they were not dreams. Still remember bits now from two separate houses we lived in. I used to hear loud bangs from walls connected to rooms that nobody was in the middle of, like the bathroom. I remember actually going to check a couple of times, and it was definitely an empty room. Everyone else was fast asleep. I'd also hear voices in the middle of the night, but I can't remember what was said. It was like whispering all around me, but a slightly higher volume than whispering. I had Thunderbird's wallpaper in my room at the time, with all the characters' faces on it, and used to explain to my mom that the faces were talking to me. I know for a fact that this legit was happening because I have some very vague memories of it. But I was very young at the time, unsure of what age without asking my mom, but I would say 3 or 4. To my knowledge, this just stopped eventually. Fast forward to my teens. Mom and Dad are divorced, and I've lived in a few different houses by then, and it became apparent to me and my mom that what did they write here? Rather, it became apparent to me that my mom dabbled and was into tarot cards and Wicca, or witchcraft. Even found a Ouija board in the house once. Never really gave any much of this thought, as at this point in my life I really believed all of it to be fairy tale. Had my own stuff going on. Each their own, some would say. Still gave me a bit more of an open mind, I guess. One Christmas, an uncle came to stay with us, and he's a lovely man, but a bit troubled. Stayed up late with him one night drinking, just me and him while everyone else was sleeping. Not long after he went to bed, I heard a bit of loud banging downstairs, and I wanted to see what he was doing. He wasn't laid on the sofa or in the dining room, although it was a pretty small, perfect plate-sized circle of water on the floor, and it definitely had no splash marks and nothing around it that could have, where it could have come from. And this may mean nothing, but I don't really know, but I remember it so well because I was confused as to what caused it or how it got there. All of a sudden, my uncle caught my attention in the kitchen. I could see he was looking in the fridge, so I turned that light on and I asked him what he was doing. He was leaning as far back as he could, almost arched while standing, and his eyes had rolled up to the back of his head. He replied, "I'm starving." I said to him, "Mom's just done Christmas food shop, so there's loads in. Pick something." He said, "I'm starving. There's nothing to eat here but ashes." He then said my name, and I've been trying to reach you in my sister's name for so long, but I can't because some cast a protection spell on you. But I can't because some cast a protection spell on you. Okay. I've been trying for so long, but there's a protective spell. I asked him what he meant, and his reply was, "I just don't want them to call you worm eaters. I just don't want them to call you worm eaters." At this point, I kind of realized I don't think I'm talking to my uncle here, or at the very least something isn't right. So naturally, I shot my pants. Ran, woke my mom up, and proceeded to go down to the kitchen, and he was still there. And then went berserk at him for scaring me. He's completely oblivious and had no idea or recollection of what had happened. This night will stay with me forever regardless of opinions. I know what happened, and I was around 14 at the time, and I'm 35 now. It bothered me for years and made me wonder many times what actually happened that night. I remember it all so clearly because it was so unnatural. The question is, has anybody had any similar experience? Or better yet, does anybody know what actually happened that night or who or what tried to talk to me? Is anyone familiar with the terms only ash to eat or worm eaters? I grew up with a terrifying experience with an entity I call the Mimic. When I was a kid, around 8 or 12, I'd hear familiar voices calling my name or noises that sounded like family members or friends. But no one was around, except for my dog's ears. This entity, which I will call the Mimic, could copy voices of loved ones, animal sounds, and other sounds I recognized. The Mimic would usually strike when a house or an area was filled with people, but when all the activity in the home would subside, late at night or during quiet moments, start messing with me, making voices to lure me to its location or to provoke a response. If I responded or acknowledged it, the Mimic would escalate, harassing me relentlessly with constant mocking and screaming. It would follow me everywhere. I learned to ignore it, and that's the key. Disregarding the voices made them fade away. I've researched, but can't pinpoint what this entity is, ghost, demon, or psychological phenomenon. Some call it a mimic or a trickster spirit. Whatever it is, I know I'm not alone. Spirits keep following me. So ever since I moved into this house in 2018, everywhere I go, even at high school, I hear what has got to be a spirit following me, and it mimics people I know. And usually it's somebody I know that is alive. Sometimes even my parents' dogs, and I'm not even a dog person, and I think the spirit knows that. But the mimicking of dogs started to happen when I had to move out of my house in 2021. And ever since, the spirit never leaves me alone. Coincidentally, this only started occurring after my grandfather passed from cancer in 2020. Now in my new house, that spirit keeps mimicking my dad's dog and barks loudly once and sometimes scaring the hell out of me. Literally just happened right now before we made this post. But I have managed to learn about this dog by its bark. It's only one very loud bark and then it stops. When my dogs normally bark, it's usually quieter, but more than once. I'm always inside when they're outside. One weird thing. The spirit has never mimicked my cat. No joke, I have a theory that could explain this, and no, it's not because it's a black cat. That's not how this works. Or does it? Because I don't know. I think cats have some kind of a meaning towards spirits, or at least this particular spirit. The internet calls these kinds of spirits mimics, but anyway, maybe the mimic might not mimic my cat because 1, the cat is nearby constantly, therefore being no reason to mimic the cat, or 2, I love the cat so much, maybe making the spirit, I don't know if this is true, but not want to mimic what I love. The spirit hasn't mimicked my parents for maybe 1.5 months, and I love them too. I will say, from reading over 1,000 of these stories, or over that even, that's almost specifically who mimics mimic. Spirits. Cemetery yesterday, we buried my dad. As we were putting flowers at his grave and our grandparents', I had a few roses and flowers left. One of my aunts was sitting on a gravestone that wasn't part of our family's. She's very tiny, maybe 90 pounds. I gave her the roses, and she made the comment that she probably shouldn't be sitting on someone else's grave. Since I had some flowers left, I put it on that person's grave. She was born in 1890 and died in 1945. Didn't look like anyone put flowers on her grave, but there was flowers on her husband's grave. It's a 3.5-hour one-way to get there, and long way to get home. My dad's funeral was on a Monday. We buried him on Tuesday. On the way home, we were all quiet and all of us were exhausted. I was looking out the window and I heard a woman's voice. At first, I thought it was my mom. She wasn't talking, and my youngest brother was sort of just driving, and his girlfriend and I were in the back. She's sensitive like me and picks up on voices and senses spirits, and I whispered if she heard a woman's voice. She said no, but she felt a stabbing at her temple. The voice and the stabbing stopped. A little later, she heard a man's voice. When she told me it stopped about 15 minutes later or so, and I heard the woman's voice again. I looked at the direction where the voice was coming from, and she asked me if I could hear her. I said yes, and she never spoke again. Fast forward to later last night. Sitting on the couch, heard a growl. Turned to see if someone was on the couch, felt around, nothing was in there, so I said, I don't know who or what you are, but you're not welcome in my home and you need to get out now. So here's my question. Do you think one or more spirits went home with me? I didn't feel anything in my car when I left my mom's house. I saw a faceless man. Last night I saw a faceless man. For context, I've had a handful of paranormal experiences throughout childhood and adulthood. Deceased relatives visiting me and even lived in a haunted house. Nothing malevolent, a kind of previous owner passed away in his dream home and I didn't really mind. But what happened last night was a first. I was driving my boyfriend home and it was around 7 p.m. He lives in a house in a residential neighborhood in Los Angeles. About 2 blocks away from his house, I saw a man in a hoodie standing completely still in front of the fenced house. I did a double take, but he was paying attention to an audiobook that was playing, and I mentioned what I saw to my boyfriend. He said he didn't see anything, and I dropped him off and kissed him goodbye. I made a U-turn, decided to pass by the same house to ease my mind, knowing I saw at least a resemblance of a face that would, help me know that my imagination was just getting away from me. This time I drove a little slower. As I passed the man in a hoodie again, I let the side of my headlights illuminate the space where the face should be. He had no face, and I mean darkness where a face should be. I mean a blurred-out, flesh-toned face. I got a safe distance away, pulled over to text my boyfriend. I asked specifically, did you not see him because you weren't paying attention, or did you really just not see him? He said he had his head up and he was looking around as if we were driving and we didn't see him. Or rather, he didn't. I've been meditating and accessing my personal psychic abilities, this and last year, mostly self-work, cleansing and grounding exercises. Did I see a full materialization of a spirit or a demon, or did it follow me home? Can't share this with my parents because they're very Catholic, and anytime I've talked about any experience, they get uncomfortable. I don't want to freak my boyfriend out, and we have a solid relationship, and although I know we can talk about anything, I don't want him or my family to worry about me. But I would love some feedback. Hope his house is still standing. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the eerie and strange reign supreme. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay updated on our spine-tingling stories. Get ready for a thrilling adventure. Possibly haunted apartment. Since I've moved into my new flat, it's pretty old. Some minor, strange, unexplainable things have happened. I'm not saying that this is 200% paranormal, but it's starting to scare me and my girlfriend. So I'm just wanting some other perspectives. One is oily handprints have appeared on our bedroom wall and our bathroom wall. This has happened twice. The size is much bigger than our hands and the fingers are quite thin. This makes me feel sick and I hate it. They aren't super obvious, but in the, right lighting, they definitely exist. 2. We have a speaker remote kept in the bathroom, and a few days ago it was in the floor, balanced on its side, like the thin edge of a remote. 3. We have fairy lights that we're definitely having turned off, and we both left for work and we came back 12 hours later and they were turned on. They have a max 6-hour timer, so they can't be on longer than that. Even if so, we didn't even leave them on. They couldn't have been on 12 hours later anyway. 4. We woke up one morning to our guinea pig acting terrified. He was scared in the house and wasn't receptive to food or anything. He's usually crazy even at the sound of a packet. This lasted only one day and then he was normal. That evening we were laying in bed and all of a sudden there was about 10 seconds of extremely loud and fast bangs on the wall. It was right behind where the pig was kept. Demon attachment. For context, I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. For a long time, I thought that it was my parents' house that was haunted. Then my dorm room. Then my first apartment. And every one since. It didn't take long for me to figure out that it was something attached to me. The experiences come and go, and sometimes not happening for years at a time, while other times multiple experiences happen in a week. Telling you the full story of my childhood experiences would have us here for hours, so I'll be skipping to adulthood for this story. The past few years I've had rare but significant experiences. Hearing somebody walking around the school when I knew that no one else could be there. There's a sign-in sheet after hours, and I was the only name on it. I disarmed the alarm and I reset it when I left, and nobody else was in or out. Hearing furniture moving around the classroom, a door down from mine. I could recall my colleague mentioning that she needed to do a desk change, but I hadn't even heard her come in. Thought it odd that she didn't say hello, and I was drawing a new chalkboard picture for Halloween at my classroom door. I wanted to go check, but I told myself I was just being silly, and it was just my colleague. That is, until she walked into the school 20 minutes later. Waking up in my bed shaking violently, almost as though people were on either side of the bed pulling the mattress back and forth. First, I thought there may have been an explosion at the gas station down the street, or maybe an earthquake. In the morning, there was nothing on the news, and my landlord hadn't felt anything, nor had my coworkers. Nothing in my room had fallen down, so I had no evidence of my frightening experience. However, things have particularly ramped up in the past few months. My mother passed away in April of 2023. few months prior, a friend had given me the number to a psychic, and upon learning of my mom's cancer, I felt like there was nothing to lose in giving it a try. She donated her fees to charity, so at least something good would come of it. The things she told me and the things she knew about I couldn't explain. Things that never could have been found on social media. While the main reason I contacted her was to ask about my mom and later communicate with her, I also decided to ask about the attachment I had. She confirmed the attachment, and that it was in fact not human, it was a demon. She was able to confirm that yes, I was sensitive, that I was capable of doing the same thing that she could, if I began to learn about it and practice it. I was, and am, psychic. Once my sister called to inform me of our mother's passing at 3 a.m., I became overwhelmed with the desire to see her, just to know if she was okay. It took almost 2 weeks, but she came to me. I could see her move from the foot of my bed to the head of the bed. She wasn't clear to the eye, but her voice, that was clear. Samantha. That was all she said. But it was her voice right next to my ear. Even after wanting and waiting for this, I was in disbelief. A moment passed and I called out to her quietly. She was gone. Since then, I've continued to work on remaining open to her, but unfortunately, I don't really know how to remain open to only her. The demon decided it would take advantage of my openness. I've had a few small noises and lights flickering and the ever-infuriating feeling of it clinging to my back. The last of which hasn't happened since maybe my early 20s, about 10 years ago. Today was a totally new experience. I had shared small experiences with my brother as a kid, but not with my sister, who's much older than me. She's never experienced anything before in her life until today. I cannot express how glad I am that we've shared this experience, because I'm sure I would have not believed it if it wasn't for her. My sister is a bit less glad. I was driving from Edmonton to Fort McMurray, 4.5 hours. Often I call someone to help keep me alert while driving. Just talking is enough. So I called my sister and we chatted. Her cell phone wasn't working well, so she switched to her landline. As we talked, the reception would go spotty and the call would end. Rural Alberta doesn't have the best coverage. No big deal, I would just call her back. The problem didn't arise from poor coverage. It sounded as though my sister dropped the phone in a sink filled with water. Then came what I thought sounded like she was turning on like a carburetor in the other side of the sink. Maybe that's a trash compactor, maybe? On, off, all the while the phone's still being underwater. Next, the animal noises, or at least that's the closest thing I can compare it to, an angry animal. But the worst was the breathing, the raspy, labored breathing. The sounds went back and forth, but the second time the breathing started, my sister ended the call. I had tried talking to her, but I couldn't hear anything but the strange sounds. Turns out she was doing the same thing. She heard those sounds and she tried to get my attention to no avail. She said she couldn't take it anymore after the breathing and it hung up. This was new territory for even me. But my sister, she was terrified. We continued our call until I was almost home and she had to pick up her sons from daycare. She's currently praying to not have any nightmares while I'm typing this. My dog oddly unsettled and staring down the dark hallway. I think my dog's spirit is staying with me. My dog crossed the Rainbow Bridge just over a month ago. He was my entire world, and the only reason I cared about being alive. It crushed me to make the decision to end the suffering that he was going through with terrible allergies. Since we said our last goodbye, I haven't felt warm at all. I have to have the fire going to feel any warmth. and the moment I leave it or turn it off, it's like the heat is instantly sucked out of my body. I can be warm with the fire and blankets before I go to bed and before I can get up the stairs and under the covers. I'm cold enough that I'm shivering for an hour. The other day I was on the couch while my brother's dog, got up dog sitting, was upstairs. I began thinking of my boy, and I was about to start crying, but hadn't actually made any sound yet. She came running down the stairs to me, and I instantly got the feeling that my boy made her come down to comfort me. I've always struggled with my mental health, and he was very attuned to my emotions. He'd make sure to come to me when I was sad and force me to either cuddle or to get up and do something. I've been able to see spirits my whole life, and I really wish I could see them right now. Since adulthood, seeing spirits doesn't happen as often. I saw and heard my mom after she passed. Not in a mind's eye sense, like I saw her with my actual eyes, and I heard her as if she were standing right by my ear. I know this takes a lot of energy that my dog may not have or not know how to do, but I hope if he's using my body heat, then I'll be able to see or hear him at some point. Though I imagine he needs that energy just to be with me. Min Light for ghosts. The paranormal follows my family. Let's start off with the earliest story in my arsenal. My grandfather, when he was in his 30s, circa 1940, outback Australia. He was a roo shooter, a kangaroo hunter. And at that time, he was in the middle of nowhere when his truck broke down. Now, when you're shooting kangaroos, you do this at nighttime. He said he saw a light off in the distance, followed it, thinking that it was a house light. He did seem to think it was strange as he was walking for a while and didn't seem to get any closer. Dawn was approaching, so he went back to his truck and waited. No one did come looking for him. The following night, he said it was very dark. It was about 10 p.m. and the light appeared again. This time, a floating ball about a kilometer away. He followed it, and the same thing happened. As he approached it, it appeared to be keeping the same distance away. Yet when he retreated, it followed. My granddad was pretty fearless, because if that were me, I'd have run off and cried. He was found the next day. Second story was my father. He also was out roo shooting, and I'm in my late teens, and this is in 1960 with my friend. Or, I suppose he was in his late teens. They were driving off the property and they saw a really big kangaroo off the road in the dirt road, like single-car tracks. His friend stopped and took aim. Then behind them another car pulled up. Dad told his friend that he should probably start driving as there was a car waiting. His friend said that it would only take a minute, and then they would move the truck off the road to let them pass. As soon as he took the shot, the lights behind them disappeared. They got out and looked where the car was, and there was no other tracks. They even drove back a few kilometers looking for them, but there was nothing. Then, about a month later, he was driving to his parents' home. It's about an hour away from where he was living at the time. That's just a bunch of dishes in the other room, apparently. Ignore that if you can. He was with his friends and his friend's girlfriend. They took the back roads, and this was at 7 p.m. In the distance, they saw a weird glowing UFO hovering about 30 meters over a river. Out of curiosity, they went closer. He said that they got about 50 meters away from it, and he said that it was pulsating, sort of like exploding out light, then sucking it all back in. Now, Dad's fearless also, and he wanted to get out and go explore. His friends, however, noped right out of there. He still wonders about it to his dad. I found Dad's journal from his teen years and read these stories. Now, for the most recent, in my parents' home in outback Queensland. Pretty common for everybody to see a silhouette of my grandmother getting around. I was playing hide and seek with my friend one night, and I could hear her saying that she found me and to stop ignoring her, to help her find my brother. Well, it wasn't me. She said this person was standing at the front of the mirror of my room looking at herself, and it took her a bit to realize that it wasn't me. I was a pretty good hider. Another time in the room in the front veranda, my brother, 16 at the time, said that he woke up being pulled up by his arms. He got to the point when his ass was being lifted off and he felt whatever it was let go and fell back to the bed. He decided to just go back to sleep. He couldn't care less. I didn't believe him, till I was asleep on the couch in that room. I was 4 months pregnant at the time with my second, and it was the only place I could sleep comfortably. Woke up to my arm being lifted up and up towards the roof. My arm fell back, and I decided that in the morning I'd move back to the bedroom. Too tired to care right then. I have some more, but I'll make another post for that one. If anybody can explain anything, please do, because when I rethink of these stories, I tend to be too afraid to go outside at night. I'm still a big sook. My mother is Filipino. She was born and grew up in the provinces around Caramoan. Her father was a fisherman. Her mother, my Lola, she's just one of 11 children. Their house was small, no bathroom, and they cooked outside over a fire. When my uncle was born, it was late at night. My Lola was cooking my Lola something to eat after she had given birth. He threw the sheet that she had given birth on. It's a vompelt with the afterbirth, whatever that might mean. That was over a nearby baby coconut tree for him to clean and take to the river to wash in the morning. As you can realize, it was pitch black out, back in the 1950s, only the moonlight and a small fire. I told my mother that he could only speak Tagalog, so he had to translate for me. He was just minding his business cooking when he heard the slurping sound. He looked around and saw a black figure with red eyes eating the afterbirth from the sheet. I didn't know how he didn't just freeze or run away, because I sure know I would have run. He was able to use his shirt to pick up a hot rock from his fire and threw it at the beast. He hit it and ran off into the forest. He said he could hear this deep grunting sound coming from the dark. He took this time to bury the sheet to stop it from coming back. He put the hot rocks over the site before going to bed. When he woke up in the morning, the site was dug up and sheets missing. Another story I was told, that was when he went fishing one night with a friend. They were in the ocean and I was still. They saw someone floating over them, a man. Now they have stories of witches and mermaids back in these days. I don't know what they call male witches, but he called him a witch. This man then started to dive bomb. He was trying to capsize their little boat. My Lola's friend was panicked, but my Lolo shouted at the man, "I know who you are, and if you don't leave now, I'll burn your house down tomorrow." The man floated away after this. Now on to my mother's own experiences. She was only about 7 years old playing with her brother, 6 at the time, my uncle from the above story. They both found this little tiny bottle. They thought it was cute as it was sealed and had little pebbles inside that looked like little eyes. So, being kids, they took it home to show their dad, who was planting something in his field when they approached. According to my mom, my Lolo took one look at the bottle and threw it as far away as possible. When it hit the ground, it was struck by lightning. She was told that it was something evil from a witch. Never bring anything home like that again. She also said when she was older and working on the farm that she heard a sound and looked over to the sky to see a little tiny man. No taller than her knees. They were lugging a pig into the forest. Last one, I probably would have just gone back inside, but the others would have been made me moving far, far away from there. No wonder my mother came to Australia. I'd been to the province a few times as a child, and the only thing scary I'd seen was a giant rat running over the exposed beams of the house that we were staying in. More paranormal experiences. I can't sleep, so I thought I'd post a more recent story about my past experience with the paranormal. About 3 years ago, I was friends with somebody who spoke about never experiencing the paranormal and was intrigued by my own stories. He said he wanted to do a Ouija board to see what happened. Now, I've only tried one once. I was around 14 years old and my two other friends were 12 and 14. They decided to make their own and use a glass. We decided to not do it in the house, but in a big shed out in the back. So there we were sitting in the dark with our fingers on the glass when one friend sneezed, moved the pointer, which resulted in my other friend and I screaming, throwing the glass, bolting outside back into the light. Now, since he wanted to try it, I felt like I wanted to have another go. It had been 20 years since the last time I had to go. So I bought a cheap laminated paper one off eBay and went to a park out by the town at night. eBay Ouija board. We tried it, nothing. So we decided we needed an actual board. So I ordered one made of wood off eBay. eBay again. So while waiting for delivery, we'd often go to this park at night and swing on the swing and look at the stars that were just more visible out there. One night, about a few days before the board was delivered, we went back to this park. Now, to get to this park, you need to park, walk across the train tracks and the train station itself. It's not really a stop for trains anymore. Only for events does it really get used. But another of cold trains passed through it, so we walked across like we had many times before. Once I reached the platform, I felt something off. I instinctively just dropped dead in my tracks. I felt like something evil, I guess would be the closest word, was present. I told my friend I wasn't going any further. I wanted to leave now. He thought I was being stupid, but noticed the panic in my face. It was then that we heard what sounded like a baby crying down the tracks. He agreed and said that, yeah, we should go. So we both turned, began to walk away. Then we heard the same sound again, louder and right behind us. We didn't look back, ran to the car, sped off. He was terrified as this was the first experience. I was terrified because I'd never felt something like that before. Never went back, and now in the, let's see, they wrote Ouija board, but I'm assuming it's Ouija board, finally came. We decided to go somewhere else at sunset to give it a go. This time the pointer actually moved. My friend did accuse me of moving the pointer, but I said I'm not stupid. He decided to tap his fingers on the pointer in a way where it wouldn't move from his movements to see if, well, it was moving on its own. I did get annoyed and said that it needs constant energy to move, and he was constantly breaking it. Eventually stopped being an idiot and tried to, do it seriously. Now, I know you might be saying, well, what if he was moving it, or if you were moving it? Well, we used our phones as our light source. That's when the sun was set. And when you moved the pointer over the board yourself, it made a slight noise. When it was moving, you could see the light from the phones pass under the pointer like it was hovering. Like it was hovering just above the board and made no sound at all. Now, back to what happened. First, it started to count down from 9, but we knew if this happened to say goodbye, so we did. Then it started to move again, and this time answered our questions. We asked if it was a ghost, it said no. We asked if it was a spirit, it said yes. We asked its name, and it said no name. We asked about the thing at the other park, and it warned us not to go back there. Apparently, it said it was evil. Safe to say I never did go back, nor did I want to. I'm no longer friends with this person, so I don't really care if he goes back, but I know I never will. About a month later, I was discussing this incident with a few colleagues from work. They told me that the train station used to be by a camp that we used for building the tracks way back in the day. Families used to live there too, and apparently young children would wander off and fall down wombat holes. So after finding that out, I no longer go stargazing at dark and isolated parks out in town. Even typing this has me freaked out again, but I'm glad to let people know. The Nightly Visitor. I wanted to share my experience that I have encountered going to a cemetery. This was with my ex-boyfriend at the time. This all happened a year and a half ago before we split. It was around fall and it was cold. We decided to go to an old mining cave museum not far from where we lived. It was roughly around an hour drive. Although our experience was the normal go-to and head back home type of a thing, we were also told that this museum had a grave site. A grave memorial, if I'm being more specific. Well, my ex-boyfriend and I go to check it out before we headed back home. The hike to the place was fairly close to the parking lot, but it was approximately 20 or 30 minute walk. For our walk, there really wasn't any talking. Rather, just enjoying the trails and stream down the small creek it had. During this walk, the distance between the mining museum and the grave site seemed to be a lot more quiet than most historic mining sites. I remember it feeling calming and peaceful, but when we got closer to the grave site, I had this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach that we weren't really alone that day. I remember feeling butterflies in my gut, but feeling like we were being watched, and more specifically, me. Since it was an open field, the grass was all there was, really. But behind me, as I walked behind my ex-boyfriend, I felt as if I was being followed. I remember my breath heaving for air. The air felt stuffy. It felt closed in. And to me, I was getting sort of uncomfortable and rethinking my choice. Maybe we didn't make the right call to find this place. It felt like I was invading a space that wasn't even mine. I felt unwelcomed. Since my ex was a huge skeptic about everything, he would always say that I was just overreacting. But this felt different. As we stopped near the grave site, there was just remains of an old gravestone. There wasn't much of it except where the workers flagged the site, marking it with yellow strands of plastic. During this time, I felt uneasy. The feeling wasn't going away. It felt like it was only affecting me and my ex at the time, but the feeling of the presence still lingered. I felt as if I was standing next to someone that wasn't there. More particularly, I felt watched. But I think I made the mistake of asking an open-ended question. We stood around the grave, and since my ex liked to read historic markers, stayed there for another 30 minutes until we headed back to the parking lot. He didn't seem to be affected, but I sort of asked, "If there's anything here, you're welcome to follow us." I don't know what came over my head, but that presence I felt was not going away. It felt like the whole walk toward the site, the air changed. But after heading back, the air felt and seemed lighter and normal again. I wasn't heaving anymore, and I had stable breathing. I didn't feel anxious or nervous anymore. Not until he drove me back to my place. And I'm a deep sleeper, so if he made a noise, I wouldn't even notice. But that night, I woke up with my soul almost jumping out of my body. It was around 3:30 that particular night, and I was sleeping in bed. And that's pretty normal, but that's when I had this feeling of someone watching me through the room. So I woke up, my eyes were heavy, hoping to fall back asleep. That didn't happen. That's when I heard something move off my closet shelf. I was startled. I saw my bag almost the size of a suitcase shuffling around. Thought it was my mother since we share a room and she would always go use the bathroom late at night. But this time it wasn't her. As I watched the bag, it instantly fell on the ground. My mother, on the other hand, was dead asleep no matter how hard it hit the ground. I had this feeling that this unknown presence was next to the lamp that I had. I looked to my left as I watched the lamp. And also, my room is filled with 3 mirrors. But they aren't in any way touching where they create a vortex. As soon as I was staring at this invisible thing, I saw the lamp move, physically moving out of place. It felt like it was angry. I didn't know what happened that night because the next thing that this presence did, it either came with bad intentions. After the lamp physically moved, this gust of air came blowing out of nowhere. It was incredibly cold, like it was raining outside or it was around 15 degrees. I felt the whole room shake as if I was experiencing an earthquake or an explosion. My heart rate was beating so fast that not only did I experience air running through the room, or seeing my bag fall on the floor, this presence also tried to break my mirror, the mirror I have hanging on the wall in my room. And from then on, it felt like an hour. But as soon as that happened, the room was quiet. Also, the air in the room changed to what I had experienced earlier today with my ex. My mother woke up, but she woke up too late to notice these things with the naked eye. To this day, I don't know who followed me home, but I sure made his presence into letting me know that I was clearly not welcome there, or been alone. That was a confusing sentence they just wrote. Paranormal encounter. So I need to preface this with saying that my partner's in the military, which is how we ended up where we were on our date. Yesterday on our date, we visited a warship from World War II and had taken in D-Day as soon as we got there. I felt super horrible anxiety, but I just pushed it down because this is my partner's interest and I didn't want to ruin his fun. My partner was talking to one of the guides, so he gave me the ship map. I wandered off and I just went exploring on my own. Not really too familiar with the proper terms for certain rooms on a ship, but there's a room that was sort of lit by a red light that you could see the stairs going down into it. I think it was the engine room. Not 100% sure, but it was roped off, so I looked down into it. I saw a person, but I felt super uneasy and felt a chill. The weather couldn't have been a factor either. I was dressed pretty warmly. We went away later on that day, so there was very few people on the ship and whatnot, and I caught a glimpse of it in the downstairs room. It wasn't dressed like an employee. I just kind of froze for a few seconds before walking away, but the anxiety kept getting worse. I didn't say anything to my partner, or anyone. I knew that he would be excited about being on the ship and looking around. Now, this is important for context. I'm in school for something that requires being in heights, and I've never in my life had a fear of heights. But that changed in the ship, and it was the first time in my life I felt like that. As I went deeper into the pit, it grew. Or rather, they're saying as they went deeper in, the pit grew. I talked to one of my friends who's been on the ship today, and they also said that they've had some experiences on the ship. However, I told them about the whole climbing ladder thing and the anxiety I felt, and that I've never felt this way. My friend thinks that somebody may have passed from falling off the rigging, and that may explain the sudden fear of climbing at heights. Not really sure what to make of this, but I'm sure I saw something, and it definitely wasn't a tour guide or another person. I was alone on the floor, and the only other people that were there were my partner and a tour guide. They were talking in a whole separate room, and I double-checked the hallway and all the rooms to see if it was another person. It was empty, and dreadfully silent, and I just never felt anxiety like this before in my life. I'm really not sure what to make of this. One last final note is that I went and rejoined my partner, went to explore the ship further. I had a feeling of being followed, but there was no one there, and the guys just kind of gave you a map. They let you explore the ship, but you can kind of stop and ask them about things and talk to them about things that you want to. Not really sure what kind of paranormal thing happened to me on that ship, and, well, just super weird experience. Trying to figure out why my partner's a skeptic, and I didn't really want to talk to him, about it with him. What do you guys think? The Invisible Wall. When I was younger, my grandmother used to share loads of scary stories and paranormal stuff, and most of those were explainable, except one. It wasn't really a story, but rather something my grandfather experienced. This happened in a Serbian village, late 60s or early 70s, considering that he was in his 20s. One night, my grandfather and his group of friends decided to go out for some drinks and have some fun. Now, my grandfather never drank alcohol. As far as I know, that's how it's been his whole life. So he was the only sober one that night. They didn't go by car and instead walked. They walked to one cafe, or as they call it, a kafana. They had a good time, good laughs, but soon enough it was time to go home. The village roads at the time were very scary and dark, but still visible to some degree. They had each other and didn't really think about that. They talked on the way, had some more laughs, but all of a sudden they stopped. They had noticed my grandfather wasn't with them anymore. They turned around, saw him behind them like 10 meters away. He was just standing there looking up with a terrified expression. They asked him what was wrong and why he stopped. He responded saying that he can't see them. All he saw was a huge concrete wall. Looking up, it seemed as if it had no end. Same with looking left to right. It was a gigantic wall that he saw. Maybe something similar to the walls in Attack of Titan, if you're familiar with that. They told him to stop joking around and to just come to them, but he said that he can't because of the wall. They saw no wall. They thought that he was playing a prank. His expression said otherwise, though. So one of his friends had enough of it, started walking toward him. He reached out for my grandfather's arm, and as soon as he made contact with him, the wall that my grandfather was looking at just vanished. It wasn't a slow disappearance, but rather something that vanished in a blink. They made fun of him, but he was still scared, 100% sure of what he saw. Sadly, he passed away. Never got a chance to ask him about it. But grandmother said whenever he talked about it, he was dead serious, went into real details about the wall. At the time, he had no illness or anything that could cause him to see something like that, especially for a whole minute. If this blows up, I can ask my grandfather about it again, since the last time I heard the story was like 10 years ago. Maybe I missed something. Grandmother. Over a decade ago, I still remember. "8 years old, both my brother and I saw what I can only describe as a black ghost cat walk through the house it was in the daytime, broad daylight. Only lasted maybe 5 seconds. We ran outside scared. My brother was 4. To go tell me and my dad, and basically shrugged it off. First encounter. When I was maybe 14 or so, I remember laying in bed in my parents' house at night. Randomly, I just woke up in the middle of the night, kind of tossing and turning, trying to get back to sleep. Then randomly, I heard my PS3 beep on. Started feeling around for my controller. Wasn't in my bed. I sat up to go turn it off, and then suddenly my TV turned on. I sat there for a moment when the TV light came on and saw the TV remote was on the edge of the bed. It was nowhere near my feet or anything. I was tired. I turned it all off, went back to sleep. Second encounter, which is my main post. I was about between 14 and 16, but definitely after the TV thing. My parents were in a huge fight. My dad was very angry. It was about his 3rd day of sleeping on the couch. Today, the fight escalated, and he was screaming, pounding his fists, and wouldn't let anything go. I grew up in a very Christian household, but my dad's anger was his one vice. He used to travel the country to preach the words of God. He was a missionary to multiple countries. Even pastored a church for a year. Woke up in the middle of the night, something just didn't feel right. Opened my eyes, I turned to look straight while still laying down, and there before me I saw 2 red eyes, blurry, just staring at me from about 1 foot away from my face. My instant reaction was that it was a demon. Thought about casting it out in the name of Jesus, but honestly, I was too scared at the time. I screamed for my dad, who was sleeping just 2 rooms away in the couch in the living room. When I screamed for my dad, the red eyes backed up, still staring at me. It's hard to explain, but the room was pitch black despite the red eyes, yet I could see an even blacker outline of the creature from the torso up. Finally, my dad came running. That's when his foot hit the floor and the eyes and head turned to look to my bedroom door frantically, almost like an oh shit move. My dad was near my room. It turned toward the adjacent wall of my bedroom, which leads outside, and ran away. About 3 seconds later, my dad came through the door. I'm not sure what this was. I've always assumed it was a demon, which might have been causing my, parents' fights. But it knew that it couldn't go toe-to-toe with a born-again Christian like my father. My father claims to have cast a demon out of 2 people while he was a missionary in Greece before he was born. And additionally, I remember one night as a small child. He walked around the whole house one night and cast out evil spirits from the house because I was laying in bed and felt too upmost. That is, okay. Apparently, God spoke to me and asked, "Why are you afraid? Do you have faith in the power I've given you over the spirits in your home?" So there may have been some history there. For context, my parents' house is 30 minutes from Cincinnati, Ohio. Sorry about that. My middle school was deemed one of the top 10 haunted places in the U.S. It was always a rumor that a girl had hung themselves at the top of the staircase that was completely and utterly off limits to the students. The home is a Cold War-era cookie-cutter home in the suburbs. I think it was built in '56. I'm not looking for anything specific here, just share your thoughts. I've never discussed these instances with anyone. Just thought I'd share. And here's an unrelated story as a kid. I always felt like if I stared at something or anything in the dark, it would start to move. Very weird. But one night I was laying in bed in the top bunk. The kitchen light was left on. There's a picture frame in the hallway, and that's when a kitchen light was on and I could see the reflection of the kitchen and the kitchen table. One night I was trying to fall asleep and I saw what looked to be an old man with a very disfigured and/or demonic face walk over to the table, pull out a chair and sit down. At first I couldn't tell if I was actually seeing something. It seemed like it was a reflection and distorted. It wasn't looming directly at me, but I could tell that I was there. About 5 minutes I realized what I was seeing. It turned its head, looked at me through the reflection, and was still sitting calmly at the table. It had its arms crossed. Never moved or made any noises. Finally, while terrified, I said out loud, "I'll do whatever you want, please just leave." It turned its head to face straight again. Literally saw it stand up from the table and just walk away calmly. And that's where the story ends. Weird things happening. I've lived in my current apartment for about 6 years, and over time I've noticed more and more strange things happening here. Mostly between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. At first it was small stuff, like hearing stomping in the apartment above me, even though no one was there. Over time it escalated to seeing and hearing things at night. When we first moved in, my mom was friends with the tenant upstairs. About 2 weeks after we moved out, we started hearing stomping and footsteps and tapping on the walls late at night. My mom called him thinking maybe one of his family members were staying there. That's when he told her something unsettling. "I left my devil behind." I have no idea what he meant by that, but it seemed like the start of all of the weirdness. About 2 months after the footsteps stopped, I began to notice strange movements around the apartment. Small things would fall to the floor for no reason. A metal wall decoration with vines once seemed to stretch out unnaturally. At night I'd catch glimpses of like a tall or white-black figure in my peripheral vision. But when I turned to look, there'd be nothing there. Not even an object that could explain the shapes that I saw. This has been going on for about 4 years now. But 2 weeks ago, things took another step up. I started hearing doors opening at night, only to find them closed when I check. I've also heard breathing, like breathing right in my ear around 2 a.m. Even though everyone else in the apartment was asleep. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if something is genuinely happening here. I want to mention one more thing that might be relevant. In the apartment, we have 3 large vanity-style mirrors. The largest is over 8 feet long. The smallest is about 4 feet. Before my grandma passes away, she stayed with us because, she had severe dementia. She'd forget things within 40 seconds, but she would stand in front of these mirrors for hours talking to people that she claimed to see in them. In the bedroom mirror, she said there was a little blonde-haired girl in white. In the bathroom mirror, she said there were two women who always asked her for cigarettes and a lighter. In the living room mirror, she saw an old mean man. One time, it got really scary. The old man in the living room mirror was apparently telling her to grab a knife and to hurt my brother. I hope if I'm a ghost, I am a ghost asking for cigarettes and a lighter as well. For some reason, that is cute to me. Asked something to my dad. I don't have a rational explanation for what he told me. When I was a kid some 30 years ago, we spent the summer to my grandparents on my dad's side, at their house. We were pretty much used to this. For the entire 4 weeks there, my younger brother, who was 5 years old at the time, cried every single night before going to bed. He would say, "I'm afraid to die," until he fell asleep exhausted between my mom's arms. I remember my dad particularly concerned about it, much more so than my mom herself was. One day after lunch, my brother came out of the patio where we were, telling my parents that there is a black dog in the hallway. I remember the exact words and how pale my dad's face became. For the rest of the holidays, my brother kept crying, my dad acting extremely strange and anxious. And in general, I remember it as the worst summer that we all ever had. For 3 decades, I kept thinking about it from time to time. I never saw my dad like that before. Definitely never after. The past weekend, we were both together for a small fishing trip. I don't really know why, but I felt I had to ask my dad about that summer, especially why he reacted like that. It was something haunting me since then, one of the most vivid memories of my childhood. After trying not to talk about it, my dad started crying. He finally explained to me that my grandma let herself die from anorexia and depression. She felt in that state because she kept telling my grandpa she was seeing the black dog in the hallway and she was afraid to die. My grandpa was convinced she was crazy. She died years before I was born, my grandpa the year before that summer episode. That truth was known just by my dad and my grandpa. My mom knew nothing, still doesn't. Nor me or my brother. My dad explained it to me just some days ago. I have no idea how to make sense of this stuff, but I can't fucking stop recalling all about it since those days. It sends me with shivers down my spine. How do I debunk this nonsense? Well, it might not be nonsense. My entire family has encountered the same man. My dad had once told me that coming home from a grocery store shopping with my grandma at the time left him with an eerie feeling. He was around 16 or 17 at the time, was walking home with my grandma after groceries. Mind you, the store they went to was down the street and had been around until last year, till it burned down. So it was a 3 or 5 minute walk home. Once they got home, they noticed that the front door was open. My grandma got scared and decided to tell the neighbor to come inspect the inside of the house for any stolen items or anyone in there. The neighbor's boyfriend and my dad went inside. Nothing was stolen. The fridge was wide open, though, with food on the table and the TV, not stolen, but tampered with. The wires were all unplugged. My dad continued to check all the rooms before getting to his. When entering, he noticed no changes, except for his bed, stating that he saw 4 figures made out of tinfoil placed on his bed. Considering he was around an older teen, this made him pretty unsettled. His youngest sibling was 15, was known not to enjoy toys of such, and his other siblings, the oldest around 22 or 23, was already in college. I don't know why, but my dad never told my grandma of what he found in the room, or the neighbor's boyfriend. So when they went outside to inform my grandma everything was okay, nothing else really happened until later on that night. My grandparents' house, well, it's divided into 2. It's a huge property, but at the time it wasn't. My grandpa and uncle were now home from school and work. My grandma finished cooking dinner and all of them ate together. Finished, then ordered my dad to take out the trash. My dad followed, grabbed whatever trash needed to be taken, and went outside. The house has a long car driveway that almost makes it as a sort of a hallway in the side. It's now the second house, but again at the time there was none, so my dad went down that quote-unquote hallway, and once he got closer to the back gate he froze. He saw a man, particularly shorter than any average height, with pale skin, almost albino. At least that's what my dad said. Staring at him. He sat on the gate with a big smile on his face. My dad made no attempt to get into contact with the man, but no odd faces in return or words, just watching him. He said he had stared and smiled for a good second until waving him and jumping off the gate, leaving his property. My dad doesn't know if he was the man who tampered with his house or some random trying to scare him. All he knows is it scared him to death. When I was 8 to 10, I was playing outside my grandparents' house with my cousin, who now lived in the back house. My grandparents' house is elevated, so... well, all the ones on that street are elevated. They all have stairs that lead up to the house. I was on the top of the stairs, the porch, and my cousin was on the bottom of the front yard. We played catch back and forth. Sometimes soccer, who would use the front doors, or goal line. We switched who would be at the porch and who was on the floor. I was on the porch when I threw the ball at him and noticed a man in the house across the street starting to smile at me. Thought it was weird, but I didn't really think much of it as my grandparents knew everyone in the neighborhood. Thought that it was like a family friend. I continued playing and didn't tell my cousin, but the man kept staring. I started feeling uncomfortable as I felt like he was looking right at me, not around me. What made it worse was that he was looking at me from the attic window of the house. I felt disturbed by his smile and how large he seemed to me. Told my cousin to switch, and we did. He didn't seem to notice the man. I switched back, and this continued on. So did the man. I believe for all 3 hours we played outside, the man smiled and stared at me. My brother and all of us loved my grandparents' house. So much so that we used to stay for weeks during summer or any opportunity we could get. This was the case with my youngest brother. He decided to sleep over. He was fairly young at the time, around 5, and still needed my grandmother to put him to bed. He wanted to sleep in the living room, which was new because when we were younger we always wanted to be in my grandparents' room, which left my other brother and I to the couches. Anyways, he and my grandma slept in the living room couch, the one closest to the window and the front door. Things seemed to be okay until he had woken up to nothing, though, and he looked around the room and noticed Grandma was still asleep next to him. So he decided not to wake her until he looked at the window and saw a man, again pale and smiling at him. My brother didn't scream or cry. He watched him smile at him and said the man grabbed the corners of his mouth to stretch out his smile. This made my brother, of course, frightened, which led him to move my grandma until she woke. She did and saw the same thing. I don't know what she did next or what else happened that night, only that she told my parents about it and said that she didn't feel comfortable having us sleep in the living room with my grandma being there anymore. All these occurrences didn't happen in the same timeline. None of us knew of each other's own until very recently. Meaning the last occurrence of this, my brother's of which had happened several years ago, just came to light. My family doesn't know that I saw that man, and I'm genuinely curious to any explanations of this. Or maybe a debunk. Recurring double knocks in my house. I've had 2 similar experiences now, a year apart from each other, that I can't explain. And unfortunately, I don't think it's in my head. It's because my dogs react too. Never had any type of paranormal experience before these, and I should also note that neither of these experiences was I feeling scared or in a nervous state of mind before they happened. Experience number 1. I was home alone at night with my 3 dogs. They're all pit bull mixes. About a year ago, while my husband was still at work, I was in the kitchen with my biggest dog lying on the floor next to me. The other 2 were in the bedroom. My kitchen sort of faces our sliding glass doors that lean to the backyard. So lots of visibility. Usually. except at night when the lights are on in the house and you can't see outside. I was talking to my dog when I was cut off by two loud, unmistakable rhythmic knocks on the wall outside right next to the sliding glass doors. It sent shivers down my spine and blood rushed into my head. Can't explain it. I had the kitchen lights on so I couldn't see outside, and I might have been able to dismiss it as maybe wind or something. That would be if my dog hadn't jumped up and shot the sliding doors with his hackles up. He was barking like crazy, stuck his head out of the doggy door, but almost immediately tucked his head back in, just stared through the glass without barking, hackles even more raised. I was so freaked out that I grabbed him, went to the bathroom, and locked it. I called my husband and I told him that somebody was in our backyard. They knocked on the wall outside, and I think my husband could tell how scared I was because I immediately left work to come home. He actually called his brother to check on me. He lives close by and he could potentially make it over sooner than my husband. They ended up arriving at the same time and did a thorough check of the backyard. They didn't find anyone or anything that showed somebody had gotten into the yard. I had my husband mimic the knocking on the outside wall to confirm that that's what I actually heard. It was exactly that. Tried to forget about it even though I didn't really have an explanation. But then experience number 2 happened. Experience number 2. My husband and I had this old college roommate over to visit for a while. He was in town for work and we invited him to stay in our guest bedroom during his stay. This was at night again, after we had all turned in to go to sleep. My husband had turned off all the lights already and we were settled into bed. Our 2 big dogs sleep on their own doggy beds next to us and our girl dog sleeps between my husband and I. She also is the jumpiest dog out of all 3 of them. She reacts to noises easier. We'd been in bed for like 20 minutes at that point. My husband had already passed out, and so did all the dogs. I was laying there awake, about to drift off, when again I heard the 2 loud, distinct knocks, except this time they were right outside her bedroom door. Our girl dog immediately sat up in bed and started shaking. My husband and the 2 other dogs were still asleep. Same feeling happened to me. Shiver went down my spine, blood rushed to my head. I laid there staring at the door, telling myself that it was my husband's roommate knocking on the door because he must have needed something. I waited for the knocks again, but they didn't happen. Our girl dog sat there shaking for a good 5 minutes before she settled down and went back to sleep. The next morning, I asked my husband's roommate if he knocked on her door that night, and he said no. He didn't get out of bed until the morning. Wish I could accurately describe how bone-chilling in real life these knocks were. They absolutely rattled me to my core. I have no idea what they were or what caused them, but I know for certain that it was the same exact type of knock both times, like it was the same person or thing doing it. The Woman in the Mirror. During a telemedicine appointment last week, I explained to my doctor the unusual amount of hair loss I've been experiencing as of late. The doctor attributed it to excessive stress. Nevertheless, I insisted that even for the amount of stress that I am under, the hair loss was a bit too extreme. Please set the ick factor aside. Trigger warning. I told the doctor that I'd left the chunks of hair in the shower since we had an appointment coming up and I wanted to show the amount of hair that had fallen off. I said I didn't really want to touch or disturb the hair, so I'd be as accurate as possible. I placed the hair in a corner of the shower so that way it wouldn't be disturbed. A little bit weird already. I then proceeded to tell the doctor that the hair was still in the shower and to please just see. The doctor agreed, so then walked into the bathroom to show the doctor. Remember, this is a telemedicine appointment, so the camera's on at all times, so. Got to the shower, switched the camera view for the doctor to see the clump of hair, and at that point the doctor agreed that it was indeed not a normal hair loss. So I switched the camera back to me so we could keep discussing my hair loss issue. The doctor paused for a few seconds, and I thought that we were having internet issues and that the connection had frozen, so I asked, "Are you still there?" "I'm still in the bathroom at the front of the shower." The doctor hesitantly said yes. The doctor then told me that the telemedicine sessions are supposed to be private. Confused by that statement, I said, "Of course, there's nobody here. The doctor very seriously asked me who was the woman behind me. I immediately turned around to see. Just the bathroom mirror and me on it. As I'm turning back around, I'm explaining that it's just me in the bathroom mirror and there's no one else in the house. To my extreme horror, when I looked at the telemedicine view, there was in fact a woman behind me in the mirror. Turned back around and she wasn't there. I then turned back to the telemedicine view and there she was. At this point, the doctor's equally shocked and terrified by this. Per my suggestion, we went through some basic questions, that way we could both answer at the same time. Hair color, attire color, skin color, eyes. All answers were on point. The eyes were completely black. At that point, the doctor told me to leave the bathroom and go to a more public area of the house, even though nobody was home. As I'm leaving the bathroom, I saw the woman in the mirror from the corner of my eye. Tried to take a screenshot, but the app doesn't allow screenshots. I'm not easily frightened by any of this, but since the doctor was rushing me out of the bathroom, I didn't even try to take a picture or a video of the mirror as I was leaving the bathroom. I'm in the family room at the end of the telemedicine appointment, and the doctor says to me, "I'm not a religious person, but I think I need a church. Do you have any suggestions?" "Catholic." I said Catholic. The Sergeant and the Spirit Box. As you may or may not be aware of by now, we've been experiencing very few obvious paranormal activities that we've been recording. I was told to log anything unusual. The names here have been changed for privacy. After some videos caught paranormal activities that day, I remembered I had a spirit box stored away in our house, which is only 50 minutes away from here. Going to get it seemed like a logical thing to do at the time, so. Spirit boxes always seemed so gimmicky to me, and hubby doesn't like messing with any of that, but curiosity got the better of me. So I brought the box here. It was a gift from a few years ago. I only used it once and it was meh. By the time I got back, as cliche as it seemed, it was windy and raining quite a bit. Turned the box on and I began my interrogation with the typical questions. Who are you? What do you want? Why are you here? Wasn't really following a protocol. I asked all the questions in sequence without even waiting for an answer. Then there was static and random sounds. As I sat there with my dog in the master bedroom with an annoying flickering night table light, I actually laughed at myself thinking, this is such bullshit. How do people believe in these boxes? I even remember rolling my eyes. After a few minutes, I told myself, "Self, ask the question one at a time and just wait to see if it answers." And regrettably, I did that. Go to admit I'd completely underestimated the power of the unknown, and how such a device could possibly be so accurate. Background. I'd served in a leadership position in the military, about 11 years. Our missions weren't typical. My first question, who are you? I kid you not. If it wasn't recorded by my cam, I would have claimed hallucinations. I clearly heard a name in the voice of a sergeant. It was sent on a mission with no return during an operation at an undisclosed location. One of my sergeants. He was a brother or friend. Now, I've seen and heard many things throughout my life, but this, no fucking way. This legit shook me up and I don't scare easy. In complete disbelief of what I just heard, against all I know not to do, I was compelled to continue the conversation. Screw the possible dangers of engaging in conversations with the unknown. All it took was that one moment of weakness. I couldn't resist that urge to keep on going, and I did. Insert more regret here. My second question, what do you want? In my sergeant's voice. My soldiers. Immediate. Fuck me, I knew where this was going and I didn't want to go there. My PTSD went up quite a few notches. More background. All those soldiers were lost in that tragic mission. A sobering reminder of their sacrifice despite knowing that it was a one-way ticket. My third question. Why are you here? Before that question was answered, a 10-second snippet of the exact song that had played right before they went on that mission played from the box. What in the actual immediately recognized the song. It played long enough. Too long for my comfort, if I may add. I mean, the odds of a spirit box randomly playing a specific song snippet, especially one associated with a particular event, must be incredibly low. I get that our brains are wired to find patterns even where there might not be one. I'm fully convinced at this point that this was definitely not the case. Now, I don't know if this was the rain or my stress levels or whatever, but my dog began to stare and bark at the well-lit corner of the room where there was nothing. Thought to myself, we're weird. Here's my sign to continue on with the conversation. Hope you understand that this train of thought makes zero sense. Makes sense to me. I proceeded to ask very specific questions about the mission, things that only those involved would know of, and most are dead. I began with, Sergeant Perez, I remember that song. Did you pick that song? He answered yes. I then asked, why did you pick that song? There were signs. Background. Again. The leaders of the mission didn't disclose certain information with the belief that it would slightly increase the team's chances of survival. Other than bitching about it, I personally didn't have much to say or rank in that matter. The official instructions were to hide the signs. Next question. What signs did you notice? The song, Bad Death Pain. It was clear that Sergeant Perez had noticed some of the signs, the most obvious one being that song, a regret that lingered beyond death. I asked about the location of the mission. He answered correctly. I asked the year, correct. I asked his rank, correct. I asked my rank, correct. Now I'm officially convinced. So I got personal. I asked about a secret known only by a handful of us that, well, only a handful of us that knew because it would have been compromising the whole mission. His fiancée, a member of that team, was 13 weeks pregnant at the time. She didn't want anyone to know. They'd even been going to a private OBGYN, and yes, this is horrible and there's no excuse, but they wanted it secret, and we respected that. I asked, do you remember her? He answered Beth, the name of his fiancée. After a string of fucks, I asked if he was with Beth, and he answered no. I asked if he felt sad. He answered Audrey. That was an oh shit moment. My heart skipped a few beats. Audrey was the name to be given to their unborn child. I was supposed to be the godmother. Asked why he wasn't there within them, and he answered hell. And that right there was a full stop for me. Is he actually in hell? I'm actually talking to him. Do I know better? What the fuck am I talking to? These super obvious questions suddenly rushed through my head. Like seriously, the whole time it was his voice and not a random voice from the spirit box. I'm such an idiot I had to book an extra therapy session. I'm not an amateur. This is one of the stupidest things I've done. I'd say the door was cracked before this, and now it's wide open. We do have religious professionals involved, and they're not very happy. That was my favorite one in a while. See ya. Enter Paranormal M, where eerie mysteries unfold. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated on our latest chilling episodes. Prepare for an unforgettable experience when it's not just you. This is a story that we still can't forgive ourselves for, especially because I've always been able to see and feel things. This happened in a specific house. The guilt still haunts us to this day. There was I, kid, well, what? There was Anne, I kid you not, hole in the wall of our Elo's bedroom wall. It's not leftovers. We covered it up, decorated our Elo's bedroom at our Elo's request. Our Elo at the time, who was 4 years old, refused to sleep in the bedroom. We couldn't figure out why. I didn't feel anything off, and I'm normally super sensitive and accurate. We still made our Elo sleep in that bedroom for months. It was an issue. Our Elo was fully and truly terrified, so we eventually put our Elo in another bedroom where our Elo felt safer. Little one. Is that what it is? Our little one refused to even go into the original bedroom, even to play, so we ended up bringing the toys out. A year later, my mother suffered a few strokes and she moved in with us. Our little one's bedroom was available, so we put her in there. Her nurse would come and check on her 24/7. Mom refused to stay in that bedroom after about a week. Her first nurse didn't even last a week. We asked the first nurse what was wrong. She said, in her 20 years she'd never experienced anything like, in quotes, it. Couldn't stay. She prayed for us and wished us well. She said that she wasn't even a religious person and apologized for her quote-unquote bootleg prayer. The second nurse came, and after the first 2 nights, we moved Mom out of that bedroom and into the living room. Everything was set up in our living room for Mom. A few weeks after that, things started happening. I'll admit that some things were odd since the beginning, but, well, because I didn't really feel anything, they were sort of ignored. The growling bag of toys was super creepy, but we had guests that were sort of scratched. The exorcist came after enough evidence was provided and authenticated. He blessed the house, etc. It didn't end there. Well, the story did. The Demon's Presence, a tale of subtle horror. It all started on a quiet evening in the middle of nowhere, in a town, isolated Airbnb farmhouse. It was in the southeast of the U.S. Hubby, the kids, and I had rented a newly renovated farmhouse for the weekend. We often go up to the mountains or do sort of like weekend getaways within driving distance or within a short flight away. But we got to the property and the house was picture perfect. It had such a great charm to it, but I immediately had this feeling that something had been left behind. I asked hubby if I was sure and if they had everything, and well, we packed for all the weekend trips because we normally like to shop local, get souvenirs. He said that we absolutely had packed the usual. Given the age of the place and the odd quirks that such a remote place comes with, nothing else really seemed off other than I'd forgotten something, which was immediately debunked by hubby. The first sign of something off was the strange cold spots. There were places in certain rooms where the air would get super cold for no reason at all. I think that was a sign. To note, it was summer. The outside temperature was 80 and maybe 83 degrees. The thermostats indoors said 74. The ceiling fans were on instead of the AC when we arrived. We actually never turned on either of the 2, new-looking HVAC units that were, well, in retrospect, were overkill for that house. Which was another sign. Our youngest complained that the cold in some of the rooms reminded him of skiing trips. Hubby and I dismissed it, maybe like old farmhouse drafts. He complained at least 3 times that first day. We felt it too, but I wasn't feeling anything weird, so we continued. Our middle child mentioned to us in confidence. He felt like something was watching him. He didn't want to scare the little brother, and he told him that the house was old even though it looked new. And it did have extra character. He was like, sure. Then that night the noises started. It wasn't the typical creaks and groans of an old house. It was more unsettling. Scratching sounds from the walls. Soft whispers just out of earshot, like voices murmuring in your ear that you can't understand. And that was another sign. We completely ignored it, but the whispers would grow louder. Seemed like the air was still, almost as though something was trying to speak through the house itself. We totally kept going like nothing. The next morning, hubby swore he heard something pacing behind him when he went to go get water in the middle of the night. But when he turned, there wasn't anyone there. I jokingly told him that was on him for not bringing water to the bedroom. I even asked him if he turned the lights on while going to get the water, or if he did it in the dark like a creepy horror movie. He, of course, said that he turned on the lights. The next day, the disturbances seemed to escalate. We'd all gone out to enjoy the amenities of the property after breakfast around 9 a.m. We were gone maybe about 4 hours. When we returned to make lunch, the kitchen faucet was on full blast. Kitchen lights were on. I was like, oh my god, and we left the house like this? But everybody absolutely denied that we had, so we made tuna melt sandwiches for lunch. It was a struggle because the toaster oven kept shutting off. No matter where we plugged it in, it would do it. So we ended up plugging it in the front porch. Dinner time was equally met with weirdness. We blamed the electrical and contracted the Airbnb host, and the host immediately, within 5 minutes, replied, as if he was waiting for something to go wrong. He apologized. He assured us, guess he said it must be electrical issues due to the new renovation, but that didn't account for the water faucet. But we left it at that. That night, hubby had a weird, vivid nightmare. He woke up gasping for breath, and he was soaked in sweat. He was unable to recall what he had dreamed. I immediately got this sense of dread, but I chalked it off to the situation. Hubby, on the other hand, had thought it was just too weird. He'd been in the other situations, and he never felt that way. About 15 minutes later, our youngest came into our room claiming to have seen shadows moving in his room. So we went to his room. There was a nightlight, but nothing else that would cause the shadows that he described. We were like, okay, go to sleep with your brother in his room. Immediately agreed. Bedroom was just 2 doorways away. We got there and his brother was staring out the window. We asked what was wrong. He told us that somebody was out there. Well, we looked, but we didn't see anything. We closed the blinds, left them both in the bedroom. It had 2 queen beds, by the way. We're in the south, so obviously, click, pews in hand, we looked through all the windows, and nothing. Go back to bed. So at around 2 a.m., we all woke up to what sounded like loud thunder. Power was completely out, but it wasn't raining at all. Hubby and I went to the kitchen to our phones to get our flashlights and our pews. Guns. And at this point, we honestly think that there's a murderous slasher out there to kill us in the middle of nowhere. Totally cliche, I know, but seemed legit. What we saw in the kitchen is unexplainable. There was an elderly woman. We vividly remember her elderly hands in the veins. Her hands looked like they were trembling as she seemed to pour some sweet tea, maybe. There were no cups or anything else on the table in real life. She looked so real. We legitimately thought that she was the intruder. No, she was not what I usually see. Hubby asked if she needed help. I asked how she even got inside. She turned enough for us to see her profile. Her chains moved when she was getting up. She vanished before our eyes. That was an immediate, what the fuck message to the Airbnb host who, at that ungodly hour, replied within minutes to assure us that there's no way any intruder could be in that house because we have excellent security systems in place. Well, we then asked how long did the security batteries last, because we had no power. The host replied, "We're not aware of any power outages." So the host apologized for the inconvenience. We insisted there was no power on, so we were sent to the basement to reset the breakers, even though the host denied the outage. At this point, the kids are up. They had come to the living room because, well, their nightlight and fan had gone off and the lights wouldn't turn on. We told them that the power was being sorted because their dad was going down to the basement to reset the breaker. I stayed with them while hubby went to the basement. Within a few minutes, we had power back on. Took the kids to bed, and hubby was waiting for me in our room with the box. He had found this near the breakers in the basement. The box had a single sentence written on it. "The devil's watches, waiting for the door to open." Then reality set in. I was like, nope. Hubby was like, but you didn't feel anything. Next morning we were out. Stopped for breakfast at a local spot and casually asked about the property. The locals there were hesitant to speak of the house. One mentioned the elderly woman. Another said something along the lines of something that's been watching over that place for years. That it wasn't just a house, you could say. Like something was summoned there long ago. Just chatter. But we left, but we're adamant about the Airbnb. Well, they should apparently disclose their properties if they have a paranormal past. That's a little bit of random spice. Mysterious cuts and scabs, and shadow figures. From my childhood, I've always experienced paranormal stuff, but I won't get deep into that. All in all, I'm very open to learning and questioning about otherworldly stuff. Firstly, these events have happened many times ever since we moved into our home 2 years ago. This apartment's been empty ever since an old lady had died in here. I think it explains why I'm experiencing this. But it's been kind of getting out of hand recently. Doors mysteriously closing with no wind. Hearing the furniture be entirely replaced in my living room, but everything being still intact. Strange noises coming from places where there's no possibility of anyone staying there. Feelings like I'm always being watched. I've seen it all. But recently it's been continuous. It started with me feeling like my family calling out my name as clear as day, and hearing them actually talking. When I go check on them, they're sleeping and they deny calling me. I usually take walks in the evening. My neighborhood's very safe, but the streets are only lit up by the moonlight. Maybe a few streetlights here and there. At first, I used to catch glimpses of shadows at the corners of my eyes striding across nearby houses. I brushed them off as my eyes playing tricks. But a few nights ago, I froze in place. I looked up at a house and I saw a black shadow man crouched on the rooftop. He was poking his head out and just staring at me. I ran away as fast as I could and never really went back there. And now I'm getting scratched. These are not small red scratches, they're actual cuts all over my legs, arms, and back. While some of them look like deep scratches, most of them, which are on my leg, have fresh scabs on the cuts. Like the cut's old, but not that old. They still hurt now. There's no cuts on my arms, but there's still scratches. The thing is big cuts like these won't go unnoticed. I can't think of anything that could have harmed it. I've only noticed these cuts when my mom found out. It's not because of an iron deficiency or a blood skin condition. I have medical proof of me having healthy blood flow, and I don't have any conditions that might cause this. Well, on such a high scale. I've seen a lot more, but these are the major events. I feel like they're only going to get worse as I'm having nightmares and waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. I'm a deep sleeper. Well, since the past few months. Grandma thanked me. I was never truly a believer in this stuff, and I feel even more amazed that this happened to me. My grandma passed away on the 28th, around 3 a.m. She was in hospital on my birthday 3 weeks ago, and on Monday things got worse. My siblings and I visited her on Monday twice. In the evening before she left, she told us how she only had 5 minutes left and had a huge tear in her eyes. We thought that she was delusional and confused at a one last attempt of dialysis. We said goodbye and told her that we'd see her soon. A few months later, doctors called her. Well, she wouldn't make it through the night. But she did. In her last 2 days, I spent over 8 hours by her side. Brought her favorite blanket, stroked her hair, and I was the only one when she responded to. Before she died, I told her it's okay to go and that we're all okay and I'll be taking over her spot now. So that way, hopefully, at least, she wouldn't be worried about us, but she was non-responsive during that time, and there was one moment where she actually looked at one of us, smiled, and shed a tear. After she passed away, I went to see her twice, and both times repeated my words. I told her I loved her, and we also had a special bond, and being the last one to ever touch her is very special to me. Last night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a weird state of being paralyzed and some sort of ringing in my ears I've never experienced before. Then I heard a muffled voice, and it was saying thank you and everything's going to be all right. It sounded like somebody was talking to me from the other side of the glass window, and still the voice was somewhat clear. My partner was fast asleep, and I could hear his breathing and snoring through this entire experience. As I said, I never really believed in this stuff, but I feel like my grandma coming to see me and thanking me for everything I've done for her is, well, sounds pretty paranormal to me. Black floating worm. I was just laying on the couch next to my boyfriend. He's playing a video game, and I was just chilling on my phone. No drugs or alcohol in my system, by the way. I see this small black thing. At first, I thought it was a spider coming slowly down from the ceiling toward me. I only thought it was a spider because what else slowly lowers itself towards you from the ceiling? Right? But as I shift from it being my peripheral vision to being my main focus, I clearly see that it's a black worm-like thing. It's very thin, maybe the length of a finger. It's coming down toward me, and it's moving the way a worm might move. I start to flinch back and sort of panic the way you do when a bug gets too close, but trying to process what it is, I'm looking at it, trying to figure out if it's a threat or not. My boyfriend starts to notice that I'm kind of shrieking back at something, and he asks what's wrong, and I start mumbling, "What the fuck is that? There's something floating." Then suddenly it shifts direction and starts going upward. It's very slow, as if it were like light as a feather on an upward breeze. There's no breeze in the room. Now I'm just pointing at it because it's not right in my face, and I'm gaining clarity, but it's not a bug. I'm saying over and over again, "Right there, see that?" My boyfriend's like, "Where?" I'm pointing directly at it, saying, "That, right there, see it?" And he doesn't see anything. Now I'm feeling crazy, and incredulously asking him, "You don't see that? You don't see that thing right there?" And I blink a bunch of times, thinking that it's something in my eye now. But clearly it's not. It's a very real thing occupying space in front of me. It keeps slowly floating up and up and up. It just keeps insisting that he doesn't see this wriggling black worm that I clearly see like day. It's floating up toward our ceiling. Finally, it just disappears, like it went up into the ceiling the way a ghost would pass through a wall. And then I'm sitting there just massively freaked out, my boyfriend still insisting that he can't see a damn thing. I stand up, turn on the overhead light instead of just the indirect lights that we had on. Sort of like comfortable dim setting for when we're relaxing, but not so dark that it, would explain any of this. I start pacing under where I see this black thing disappear, trying to see if I can, see it now at some new angle in the full light, but nothing. I rush to the bathroom, check my eyes, thinking maybe I literally have something in my eye, but no. I know what an eye squiggle looks like, the way it chases your gaze and disappears when you blink, and this was not that. How do I recover? What the fuck was that? I take no medication other than birth control. I haven't smoked weed today or drank, and I've never had any sort of experience like this one. Has anybody else ever seen anything like this? My boyfriend said that he thinks I'm just stressed out, but today was Thanksgiving. We've been home after visiting family for a few hours, and I had a full day of cooking yesterday. Perfectly calm and content when this happened. Did I hallucinate, or was it paranormal? I'm uncertain how to just go about my night after something like this. The only thing non-paranormal that sounds like is, well, the inside of your cornea can dislodge inside of your eyeball and make squiggly black things. But don't freak out. Missing a friend that doesn't exist. Maybe. Before I share a reoccurring dream that's leading me to believe that it's paranormal in nature, I want to say that this isn't a no-sleep, made-up fantasy. 6 years ago on Christmas Eve, I had a very vivid dream where I met up with an old friend. In this dream, we just hung out and talked about random stuff. We knew that this was the only place that we could meet and said our goodbye in the dream. When I woke up, I felt like I just had a dream about a close personal friend I need to reconnect with. I went through almost every person I knew, and nope, it wasn't them. This friend was a woman, who I felt I've known for years. She wasn't my girlfriend or wife or sister, just a deep friend. And since then, somebody who didn't exist who'd been on my mind, even though 100% of me knows that she isn't real. 3 years ago, I had a follow-up to the dream on Christmas Eve. Details are vague, but we both talked and said things like, is this real? Are you really a person? Or just a figment of my imagination? We both got worried that we were being weird because we felt the same. Near the end of the dream, she said, looks like we're walking up soon. Look, the world's ending. Things went dark. I woke up with more questions. 100% logic mindset told me that it's another dream, but damn, it feels real. This is where things kind of, take the paranormal route. There were some details that she shared in the dream about a few people that we knew in common. People in my current life that I know and talk to every day. On a hunch, I mentioned something that she told one of the friends, and he was surprised that I knew that. A secret that he said he only told his doctor and sister. Another thing she told me about this was an investment that I should look into. That's where she apparently is from, and it works out. A few months ago I heard the name of the investment, and now as of 2 weeks ago I would have made a lot of money. I feel it that I will see her again this year, but I'm not sure how to prove things are real or if this is just another dream. Inside Trader Ghost. I saw what looked like a brown bear in the pines, but I'm not sure what it was. So I'm a little bit confused right now. I live in South Jersey near the pines. Buck week for deer hunting starts tomorrow. Me and my uncle go every year as a sort of a bonding thing, and also just because we enjoy hunting a lot. We were driving to our spot in which we have a trail and all these cams set up. We park the truck, and he has me go out and check the cams while he stays back and does whatever he does. So to picture it, our cams are set up around our tree stand. I have to walk through a small sort of foot trail to get to the tree stand, and it opens up to sort of an area of 4 to 5 trees. I spot one of our trail cams that's closest to the tree stand, and I have to get my SD card out of it, bring back to my uncle so we can check on them on the laptop. So I'm not really paying attention to my surroundings because I'm too focused on getting the card out, and then I hear like an almost distorted grunt of the beginning of a roar to my right. That leads to an open dirt field of sorts, which isn't really used very often. I'm taken back because I've never heard of an animal like that in these woods. I'm looking around through the brush, but I can't really see anything. I'm hearing sticks crack and the same sound over and over again. So I get freaked out, climb up and over the tree stand to get a better look. I'm up there, and I look to the open road area, and I see what looks like a giant brown bear walking across the ground. Now, we have black bear, but very rarely will you see them, and around this time of year you won't because of hibernation. So, I'm just in awe of this beast of a machine walking around, but still confused and scared as to why it's even here. Then something stands out to me. There's these white patches on its fur, almost like a fuzzy mold. Then it turns its head to the side, and I see that it doesn't have a face anymore on that side. Just skull and bone. No lips or anything, just bare teeth. So I'm thinking maybe it got attacked by another bear or got hit by a car or something. Then it turns to the other side to walk into the other side of the woods, and I see it doesn't have a face on that side. So just bare skull on its face region. Then after that, it walked into the woods, and I went back to my uncle and told him everything. Not sure where to post this, but I figured here, because really wasn't sure if it was alive or whatnot. My fiancé and I had been in the same apartment for 3 years, but weird things started happening recently. So I've always been very open-minded to the idea of the paranormal, but I very much believe that there's usually a logical explanation. As I stated in the title, we've been living in the same apartment for 3 years, and until about 2-ish months ago, everything had been normal. So, in about the last 2 months, we've both been experiencing odd things. So I know for her that, at least what she had told me, it's been the uneasy feeling of being watched when alone, seeing shadows. The really odd ones to me are like the noises. She said that she heard kinda loudish bangs like something heavy hit the floor in another room a couple of times. And I've too had seen some odd shadows out of the corner of my sight, and, well, nothing I would say is definitely paranormal. My strange experience has been like one night I was at home and going to bed early while my fiancé was out. Went into my room, closed the door, and got into bed. As soon as I laid down, the bathroom door flung open pretty hard and fast. I sat up and just kind of stared at the doorway to see if I saw anything. It just seemed like nothing was there. One evening, a few weeks after the bedroom incident, I had 0 odd experiences in the time frame, by the way. After getting home from work, I was loading the dishwasher. As I was bent over loading the bottom rack, I felt like there was a warmth on the back of my neck for a split second. That was before it felt like a huge spider was crawling from the back of my neck to the top of my head. I freaked out for a second, but there was really nothing. Everything was normal. Then a couple of days later, I was doing some baking, and I loaded the cupcakes into the oven, set a timer on my Google Hub, and went to the living room couch to relax while I waited. I was just browsing through Reddit on my phone, and I briefly saw what looked to be a black silhouette off the top half head peeking around from the corner from the kitchen with its hands gripping around a corner. It was like it was holding on. I dropped my phone down and got a solid second of eye contact with it, and then the timer went off and it vanished into thin air. My fiancée bought an old book that belonged to somebody like decades ago. She believes from a bookstore in LA. That's where we went on vacation in the beginning of October. She thinks the book is cursed or haunted, and the book was something like The Ghost of Mystery Airport by Van Powell. There's no dates on the book, but there's an older sticker of like a child in very outdated clothes, 1930s, I think. Like he's on a tree, and it says "My Book" at the top of Buzz Pitkin at the bottom. Outside of that, we've had no new things bought or changed. We have some new neighbors moved about a month ago, and we recently found out that my fiancée is about 6 weeks pregnant. I think it's just stress and a lack of rest from both of us, and maybe we're just fueling paranoia. My fiancé is pretty firm that it's something paranormal. Figured I'd try my chances at asking the kind folks of Reddit what their thoughts or opinions on the subject are, as we both lack any real knowledge of the subject of the paranormal. scary experience with a possible jinn. So I've been looking for scary stories to read here. I haven't really had much luck. Not even sure what subreddits to check, so if anybody has recommendations or stories of their own, please share. For now, though, I'll tell you about something that's happened to my friend Huda that still makes me scratch my head. Something I think about pretty often. Honestly, don't know what to make of it. Change the names of people involved rather than using their real names. My friend Huda has an aunt, Bibi Jan. Bibi Jan was in her late 70s when this happened. Bibi Jan was a frail elderly woman who lived with her son and daughter-in-law. They were in the same small town as Huda's family. She didn't know how to drive or speak or read English and often needed help with basic things. There were rumors in Huda's family that Bibi Jan had some kind of experience with the jinns when she was younger. A jinn is believed to be a spirit capable of inhabiting Earth and, well, sometimes influencing human lives. It's often associated with the ability to shapeshift and possess people. And apparently, she would have these random, drastic personality changes under stress, like when her husband passed away. At his funeral, multiple people witnessed her having what can only be described as a possession-like episode. She was chanting loudly, screaming the jinns to take her and bring her husband back, making all sorts of wild claims. The scariest part was how her voice changed during it. She began singing strange, unrecognizable songs. At first, I thought it might have been some kind of mental breakdown brought on by the grief of losing her husband and raising a young child alone. That's hard to dismiss, especially since so many people they have described it as the strangest thing they've ever seen. I don't have a solid explanation for it. I don't really know what to think. Maybe it was just the trauma and the stress. Years later, I heard that Bibi Jan went to Umrah and had a ruqya done, which supposedly cleared her of any jinns. But the story I want to share is much more recent. A few months ago, around 5 a.m., Huda's cousin Layla and her family were woken up by a loud banging on her door. It wasn't normal knocking. It was somebody repeatedly banging at the door, hard enough to wake up everyone in the house. Layla's dad went to the door and looked through the peephole. To his shock, it was Bibi Jan standing there. He opened the door, called his wife and Layla down to see what was going on, and everybody was confused and a little bit worried. Layla's mom told Bibi Jan to come in and sit down, asking her, "Is everything okay? How did you get here? Where's your son?" But Bibi Jan didn't answer. She just stared at the room and at the people around, sitting around silently. After about 10-15 minutes, Layla's mom went into the kitchen to get Bibi Jan water and something to eat, and Layla's dad was in the bathroom getting ready for Fajr, the morning prayer, since it was almost time to pray. While they were gone, Bibi Jan suddenly looked at Layla and said, "I can't stay here any longer. I have to go now." She got up and walked out of the door. Layla followed her mom, calling after her, but by the time they got outside, there was no sign of Bibi Jan. Her dad rushed outside, searched the street up and down, calling her name. The old woman was nowhere to be found. They were baffled. There was no sound that she could have just disappeared that fast. Bibi Jan was old and frail. There was no way that she could have run and hidden so quickly. Her dad went back inside, called Bibi Jan's son, Ali, started yelling at him. "What kind of son are you?" he said. "Your mother somehow managed to get 45 minutes away from you and you're not even looking for her?" Layla's dad went on to explain what had happened and how she disappeared. Ali was just as confused on his end and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about or who you saw. My mother's right here in her bed asleep. I'm looking at her and she's fine." At this point, everybody was completely lost. The next morning, Layla's mom called Bibi Jan, asked if she remembered anything or if somebody had dropped her off. But Bibi Jan insisted that she didn't know what we were talking about. She'd been home all day and had no idea how she ended up at Layla's house. Layla's family lives across from a small, sort of local Arab store. It has cameras and a whole monitoring system that's sort of surveilling the street. Her dad went over to ask if they could check the footage from that night, thinking maybe it could shed some light on what had happened. The store owner showed him the recording, and there was nothing on it. Absolutely no sign of anybody walking up to the house. The most bizarre part is that this wasn't just one person experiencing it. It was 3 grown adults who all saw and heard the same thing. If it had just been one person, maybe they could have written it off as a bad dream or something imagined. But there were multiple witnesses. I still don't have an explanation for what happened, and neither does anybody else who heard the story. The idea that there could be jinns out there imitating and pretending to be people is creepy as hell. What do you think? Could it have been a jinn, or is it another explanation that we're all missing? Keep in mind, Layla and Huja's family live 45 miles away from each other. No way this woman could have been at both places in that small amount of time. Froggers or ghosts? I don't know how to put this, but I'd like to know what you think about the following. Ever since we came home from a 3-week-long holiday, I've been hearing strange noises. For example, almost every night when I've been alone on the balcony, I've heard footsteps on gravel. There's only one spot in our garden where there's gravel, but the trees and bushes are in the way, so you can't really walk through there that easy. The footsteps were heavy. There's no way this could have been a cat. Well, we own one, but we never hear steps, even up that close. Animal steps would be much shorter and lighter, I think. You would think correctly. I've heard doors being closed upstairs. I've heard footsteps upstairs. I've heard things drop upstairs. But the thing is, I've never seen anything. The cat is most of the time outside, and I've experienced these things when she was outside or lying next to me. That doesn't rule anything out or in. It never happened when there were more people around. Every time it was only the cat and I around, and every time I looked at her, she looked as if she heard something or heard me, and every time she got startled or looked all spooked in the direction of the noise. Also, the security system's not working, but we don't know why. It always says activated disturbance. Today I discovered that one door is so old and not in shape you could just open the door sort of from the outside where there's no doorknob. Well, that's a problem. During our holidays, we've had some friends watch the house and the cat. They didn't sleep there, but they live near and came over to pretty much every day. We also invited them to use the pool so they could spend several hours depending on the day at the house. Never really spoken to somebody about this since it's not really my home. It's my boyfriend's parents' house. I don't want to make a weird impression on them even though we've known each other for over 3 years. I get to house sit every 2 months for some days. Sometimes with my boyfriend, sometimes alone. Deeply interested in what you think about the situation. Could it be ghosts or possible froggers? Spelled with a PH. Oh, froggers are people who live in someone's home without their knowledge. Froggers. Whispers on solitary confinement. At 18 years old, I was arrested for armed burglary. This landed me 2 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. After going through the processing center in Orlando, I was transferred to Lake Butler Correctional, a medical secondary receiving center in Central Florida. Upon arrival, we were placed in a building known as the Honeycomb, a giant structure in the center of the prison covered in cinder blocks facing sideways. It makes it look like a giant bee's nest. We were assigned in 2-man cells, classic bars and correctional officers patrolling, flexing, talking deep southern accents. If anybody's ever done time with you will tell you, Everybody has a story to tell, whether it's rumors about guards or inmates, epic tales of past crimes, or legends of paranormal experiences. You're guaranteed a new one with each wave of new arrivals. Naturally, none are believed, but are still listened to regardless. One was the whispers. The story goes at 3 a.m. in the disciplinary dorm, otherwise known as the box, a spirit will torment inmates at night, whispering to them as they sleep. If you wake, you'll see nothing, but you will feel a presence in the cell. If you lay back down and ignore the whispers, supposedly you'll be injured in some way, shape, or form. Nobody I spoke with had ever been in the box in Lake Butler. Most inmates have never been in there at all, but most people are in the honeycomb. They're usually transferred to the main prison in a week or two. I was one such unlucky man. I had gotten into a fight with 2 gangsters who were trying to collect protection money from, non-gang members such as myself. Whatever that might mean. Naturally, 3 men fighting is not a silent scenario. The guards sprayed us with mace, put on cuffs, and dragged us to disciplinary wing. I was given 2 weeks solitary confinement. I was told that I was the cause, or my dog is distracting me like crazy. Because of my neighbor's dog. I was given 2 weeks solitary confinement, told if I was to cause any more trouble, I would have a new sentence tripled. Now 2 weeks alone, no prices trying to take your food or act tough sound easy. In my mind, this would be a cakewalk. I still shudder thinking of how wrong I was. The first 3 days went without incident. Did my morning workout, ate my breakfast, slept for a few hours, wake up, eat my lunch, practiced my art, read a few chapters of my book, eat dinner, work out again, and finally pass out till morning. This is sort of how I decided my routine. That would get me through the next 2 weeks at least, until the 3rd night. At first, I thought the guard was getting my attention or something, so I rolled over the top bunk, came to the door waiting for the slot to sort of pop open so I could speak. It was then that I heard the whispers. They weren't coming from my door, but from behind me. I turned, seeing no one in the pale moonlight coming through the 4 by 12-inch window at the top of my cell. Clearly, the solitude's getting to me, I thought as I shuffled back to my bunk. I had heard the stories, but never believed any of it. Ghosts, demons, angels, and all just sounded like ridiculous kid stuff to me. As I laid in my bunk, I couldn't help but shake this feeling that I was being watched. Not an uncommon feeling, really. There were cameras everywhere and officers doing regular checks every 15 to 20 minutes, but this felt like someone was in the room with me. Not like they had anywhere to hide, I just had a toilet and a sink combo. And then there was my desk bolted to the wall with a concrete pillar for sort of a stool in my bunk. Quick scan was all I needed to see I was alone. Yet I still felt a presence. This feeling had me awake now. Lockup had developed instincts in me that refused to let me back to sleep. Adrenaline was coursing through me as my eyes shifted to try to pinpoint a source of these sounds. First, I swore it was coming from the door, then it shifted to my toilet. And I looked under my bunk as if somebody was right in my ear. "You're not even close." Shot up frantically, ran to the door, started pounding, calling for a guard, but nobody came. Then I heard footsteps heavy storming down the hallway. "What's the issue, inmate? You'd better be dying in there if you're slamming on the door like that. There's nothing in here. Can I move to another cell? I swear I'm not messing with you. Them damn ghost stories got in your head, boy?" He chuckled. "This ain't funny, man. Please, you gotta move me. Fuck off and go to bed before I come in there myself and knock you out." All I heard was his boots dropping heavily down the hallway back to his office. That's it, nothing else. Whispers were gone, not even the cicadas outside were buzzing. I let out a breath and I didn't realize I'd been holding it in. Just kind of mentally smacked myself. That guard was going to tell everyone about the kid losing his mind last night after 3 days in confinement. I'd just made a spectacle of myself for nothing. Feeling foolish, I laid back down, passed out, fear of having taken its toll on my body. I was out like a light in seconds. I was awake that morning to a loud noise in my cell. 3 guards were standing over me looking more pissed than I'd ever seen them. "So you think you can throw a temper tantrum on our watch, you little piece of shit?" yelled the guard from the left. "What are you talking about?" I asked as a large hand came across my face, knocking my head into the wall. "You're going to clean this cell top to bottom. And be sure to save all the toilet paper, because I'm not giving you another roll till next week." Bastard. I looked around my property and was strung about, and there's toilet paper everywhere. My locker door dented as if somebody had kicked it repeatedly. Pictures I'd been sketching were ripped up and tossed like confetti, and one of my pens had been bust open with a message written on my desk saying, "See you later." Cleaned up the mess, sat there, my head reeling. How had I slept through all that? How had somebody gotten into my cell, and what happened last night? Sat there stunned until my shower time when the guards came and cuffed me to take me there. "See, look what all that fuss made last night. You went and hurt yourself, dumbass," said the guard as he followed behind me. I looked at him questioning, like, "What are you talking about?" "That lying on your back, idiot, what happened? You catch yourself on a bunk or something?" Sorry. I turned in the reflection of the glass and I saw it. One large scratch mark running from the upper right shoulder in the middle of my spine, and everything went dark. I woke up in the infirmary about an hour later. The nurse was demanding a confession from the guard. "We told you no marks. What happens if internal affairs were to show up and see him like this? He didn't look like this when I went over to him a few days ago. You could lose your job over this, you know that?" It was then that I sat up and they said, "You didn't do anything to me." I shook the fog from my head and, "See, I told you I didn't do nothing. He just passed out and away to the showers." "Is that true?" asked the nurse. "Yes, ma'am." I then turned to the guard, relief watching over his face. "Can't I move cells, sir?" "No problem, just promise to act right from now on." "Deal." That was my first paranormal experience ever. It turned me into a believer. To this day, I've never came up with a real explanation for what's happened. And I don't wish to go back and investigate, frankly. Since my release, I've never been arrested again, and I quit all drug use. I'm now a functioning member of society. I have a family now and 3 beautiful children. I work 50 hours a week, play with my kids every day, and I do the best to direct and put them on the right path. So far, life has been good. Good. Just found out I've been astral projecting on accident for about 5 years. Now, I'm a Hindu, but at the time when this all was starting to happen to me, I was 14 and I was agnostic. I think I remember the time it happened was when I was in my bed. That's where I took a nap. I remember I quote-unquote woke up in the dream in the same position. So I was sort of stuck seeing the last thing I saw before I fell asleep. I was panicking and trying to move, but I couldn't, but for some reason I knew I was asleep still. After this incident, it's like these dreams evolved more and more into feeling like I was in a creative mode with life. At first, I hated this feeling. I couldn't control anything or I couldn't move, but I slowly started learning how to leave my body, start walking around while still seeing the last thing I saw before falling asleep. But I could feel myself walking and interacting with others. The last time I had a dream like this, I was able to fly, I believe. It slowly moved from me being able to move around to walking around, biking outside, then visiting space, talking to people. It was beautiful. haven't really talked or thought about these episodes because every time I do, I'm either called crazy or told that they've never experienced this in their lives, so I think I've experienced this 60 times now, and since I've turned 20, it doesn't really happen anymore. I don't really know what to make of it. When the unseen got too close. My earliest memory of the paranormal was before I knew that word even existed. I was about 7 when my mom was putting me to bed. Something in the ceiling caught my attention, and it was like my head and shoulders, like I was seeing shoulders of multiple shadows getting bigger, like they were coming toward me. My mom didn't believe me, put it down to something or another, but I still, 23 years later, remember that as clear as day. The next encounter I remember, I was about 13 or 14. I got up to go get breakfast at the crack of dawn before school. My mother worked shifts. They were still knackered, so after breakfast I went back to bed for about an hour. No sooner than I had gotten in bed, got comfy, started to doze, did I feel a presence in the room. It was laid facing the door with the other side of the bed to my back, and whatever was there got in the bed behind me. I felt the bed springs dip down, and felt like there was a presence behind me. And no, I did not frickin' look. I got up without looking back. Never happened again, too. But I remember my mother saying she woke up one night and had a tall, dark shadow that she had with a top hat standing at the bottom of her bed. She didn't feel scared, and I have no fucking idea why not. She also mentioned that she had a ball of light follow her from her toilet back to her bedroom, and then it just did a little spin and flew off into the mist, or whatever that emoji means. The worst I heard was my cousin, and again a teenager. She was just laying in her bed, and her bed shot across the room with her in it. When she tried to get out of the bed, her wardrobe doors flew open, and when my uncle and her mom came to see what was going on, she couldn't get out of her door. My uncle would also just be sat in the living room, and the Christmas cards would start spinning in the air and be slid across the window ledge, and the house always had a heavy atmosphere. I still don't have enough knowledge on the quote-unquote paranormal, because let's just face it, there's nothing normal about any encounters. Maybe some souls just choose not to move on, or maybe it's remote viewing. After all, CIA confirmed that they can do it. I think that kind of weirds me out more. But anyway, thank you for reading my experience. Be interesting to hear if anybody's encountered something similar. Can someone explain this? I used to not believe in the paranormal at all. I believed ghosts or anything of that nature were just not scientifically possible. Since going to college, I think I've had a change of heart. I've had many creepy experiences, such as seeing people that I was pretty sure weren't there, but there's one thing that still kind of freaks me out. So this event occurred in the spring of this year, and this sub just got recommended to me, so I thought I'd tell my story. Basically, me and my friends decided to go ghost hunting, as we called it. Basically, we would just Google haunted locations near us and just drive there to see what happens. The adventure of the day was driving to a road aptly named Shades of Death Road. Aptly. We figured the name sounded cool, so we should go at 8 o'clock maybe, something like that at that night. I decided to drive because I had always brought my car to campus, so we get there and pull off the road into the clearing, get out to look around. As we walked around, the only thing that seemed unusual was a few sounds out in the distance. We were surrounded by woods, so we figured it was just deer or something. That changed quickly. Now the road was mostly dark until we came up to the streetlights. There was one light on each side of the road, and they were pretty bright. We started to walk toward them, when all of a sudden something was standing there. There was a big space between the light that had suddenly gone black. was almost a ball of pure darkness. There was light on all sides of it, even under it, but we couldn't see through the dark shape. Oh, we just stood. We stared at it for a second, completely confused. Then the ball started to move, went up and down, then left and right. Now we were really perplexed. After it had danced around for a bit, for lack of a better term, it seemed to grow legs and stretch out. It stopped being so circular and became more humanoid. This thing was at least 8 feet tall, and as it grew, legs came out and it took a step. Then another. Soon it was walking toward us and fast. By this point, we were completely freaked out and we ran back to the car and drove away. We got about half an hour away when my steering wheel locked up. Then the car stopped in the middle of the road. Now I had just gotten the car inspected and there was nothing wrong with it. So we pushed the car out of the road and waited for somebody to come get us. To this day, none of us can explain what we saw. Cars can break down, but it's not that crazy, but still a weird coincidence. My one friend thinks that we had an encounter with something demonic. I have no clue. My biggest regret from that night was not recording or taking pictures of what we saw. Nobody believes us. We're still pretty sure that we didn't all pretend to see the same thing. So if anybody has any idea of what the supposed entity may have been, or even a rational explanation, I would be very thankful. Dark figure appeared to me. I recall an experience in August of 2013. I was staying with family in Ohio for the summer. That way I can attend summer class at my university. I just want to note that 95% of the house in this part of Ohio are probably 70 or 100-year-olds, and my family just so happened to be living in one. The house only had 2 bedrooms, but they had a furnished basement. There's chill space with 2 sodas, a coffee table, and a TV. Computer room, laundry room, right across from that's a full bar. There's also a back room closet that has a bathroom next to it. I slept on that sort of couch pretty much the entire summer, I think. And I also recall around this time the movie The Conjuring had come out, and I had took a young lady on a date to go see it. I'm not one to fear much, but that movie scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to sleep on the basement for 3 nights. There's something about that house that felt warm and welcoming, but it's something here too. At the summer where it went on, it felt like something was watching me at random times. One morning around 2 a.m. I got up to take a piss, and as I was sitting up, the TV was still illuminating the living area of the basement. But everything else was pretty much pitch black, and as I adjusted my eyes, I see coming out of the laundry room area a tall black figure with dark red eyes. It stopped and looked at me and was frozen and stuck in this glare from whatever the hell that is. It's about 10 feet away from me, and I was shook. It drifted behind the bar and into the back storage closet. The closet door was slightly open, but I could see the door move a little. I didn't need to take a piss anymore, nor did I piss myself. I decided to hold it because I wasn't moving from that couch and not going to sleep until I saw some daylight. I asked my family about it the next day, and they said that they never experienced anything like that. Well, at least in the time that they'd been in the house, and they've been there for years. My family is also very religious, so the house was blessed, and there's Bibles and scripture all around, so nobody's really sure what I saw. I don't know if it was paranoia or an actual encounter with the paranormal, but I'll never forget what I saw 11 years ago. There absolutely can be biblical paraphernalia around and also something up simultaneously. Old experience. Woman at the window. This is one of my many experiences that I've had. It's probably the most disturbing, and I wanted to share. When I was 10 or 11, I lived in an older house in North Texas. I had a lot of experiences that, some were at home, and several of which my mom would be willing to back me up on, despite not being a very spiritual or superstitious person. I'd been waking up at exactly 3 a.m. for several nights, feeling uneasy leading up to this event. I woke up this night at 3 as I had been, but this time to the voice of a good friend of mine outside my window. It kept saying, "Come outside and play with me," and such. I knew something was wrong, and I was responding to it, telling it no, and that's in the middle of the night. It wouldn't stop every time I went to the window to figure out what was going on. When I pulled back the curtain, I saw the figure of a naked woman, extremely emaciated and dirty, with stringy hair covering part of her face. Her chest was torn open and gaping from her sternum to the belly button. She was visibly lactating. Ew. The combo, not ow. Now I hit myself. She also seemed really tall to me, but I was a kid, so it couldn't just been that she was like a regular adult height. She continued to talk in my friend's voice until I ran out of the room, obviously freaked out. She was gone by the time I'd gotten my mom, and I never saw her again. My sleep pattern returned to normal in the following nights. I never managed to forget what she looked like, and I've drawn her several times since then. But I didn't include any pictures here because I feel like the description was enough. Agreed. I think it was that area that was super haunted rather than my actual house, although I don't live in that house as it was haunted. We had several pretty normal ghosts. Messed up looking spooky guy that peeks around corners and a haunted Raggedy Ann in the attic. Anybody in my house can attest to that. I also have seen a haunted Raggedy Annie. Paranormal magic reassurance. I'm not entirely sure why I'm posting here. Reddit is usually my go-to place for simpler preoccupations. The not safe for work tag is for me far more than this post. Please don't go to my account unless you're at least somewhat okay with what to expect there. The topic of this subreddit, and especially this post, is something I still rarely talk about with anyone except for a small few select friends. But I guess it's time to at least see if the people on this sub may know more, or, well, can tell me who else I might be able to ask. So, question first. Then I'll provide a synopsis further context below for the interest. Is magic the paranormal becoming more real? Common, vibrant, notable, widespread, or other indicators of a return within the past 4 or 5 years? Now for the synopsis. I will be using magic as a catch-all term for both any paranormal event or beings, as well as possible causes for anything paranormal. About 2 to 4 years ago, a series of events led me to my first tentative steps into a long process of understanding magic. During this time, I've been trying to figure a lot of things out. I have a profound natural curiosity for anything I don't know. This has led first to experiences with anything that could be considered magic adjacent. Recreational hypnosis that always failed to do anything for me, and Tolpe, namely, which in turn is what led to discoveries that now have me truly believing in the existence of magic. Furthermore, this guy's very studious sounding, I've seen some evidence, though possibly just circumstantial, to support the concept of reincarnation. And for my case in particular, a natural realization of my faded memories from a possible past life that in turn would provide an answer for many of my questions related to this topic. Or it may be possible that between my fantasy reading and overly vibrant dreams, I can no longer really tell what is and what isn't the way things actually work. You can all decide that for yourselves. Thank you. As time goes on, but especially when I was first figuring things out, I noticed multiple ways and instances of things that either I could do or I could encourage that I could only best explain as magic, but only within the view set of other people. I myself seemingly remain completely incapable of truly experiencing anything directly related to magic, perhaps even magic adjacent. See the hypnosis difficulties above, as well as potential difficulties connecting the communication with my personal tope compared to my understanding of how it could be at the very least. End parentheses. In more recent times, I've been talking to a group of multiple friends that they've not only been able to witness and experience magic, but they're also in tune with it, as to casually do things at minimum borderline impossible for any normal human to do in the plain sight of others, who then corroborated the quote-unquote magical event. To put it plainly, I have a friend who might as well straight be head of some collection shonen manga, at least in comparison to a more normal human, and whose feats have been backed up multiple times by multiple separate people, each of which I would see no benefit in continuing such an elaborate scheme if it was just a prank or a lie. Did you see it? So again, long story short, we arrive at the question TM trademark. They have their own trademark. Wait, right question. And the question behind it. Has something changed or begun in some way that is leading to magic becoming more prevalent? Have events such as the above been noted in some more increased capacity by the regulars of this and or any other similar groups? And if all of the above is possible, why might it be then that some people can experience all of this with so little trouble and some others be stuck trying to see through a brick and titanium reinforced wall? Anyways, if you've read this far, thank you for your time and patience. I look forward to hearing ideas that you might have and hope, if nothing else, something or someone or whatever in this post is resulting in some sort of discussion that can lead someone down a brighter path. All the clocks in my grandfather's home stopped at his time of death, days later. There we go. My grandmother passed away when I was in 7th grade. My grandfather passed away my junior year in high school. My uncle also passed away in the same house. Now, my grandmother and grandfather both ended up getting cancer, which is why they passed. They were both nearly 80, so there's nothing paranormal about that. My uncle was a drug addict and he died from an overdose. Nothing paranormal there. He struggled for years. Their house was never haunted and I never noticed weird things happening or anything of the sort. But after my grandfather passed, things got pretty weird. We were packing up my grandfather's log cabin, getting some of his belongings together before we headed back home where we lived, and this cabin was pretty remote, the only neighbors being about a mile down a gravel road. That's when all of a sudden I hear my mom wail from the hall bathroom, the one my grandfather used as his sort of, his bathroom. He refused to use the one that him and my grandmother shared after she passed. She sounded like she was terrified. I ran into the bathroom to find her sobbing and pointing at the clock. Well, the clock was stuck on 5:45, and this was not a digital clock, it was a wall clock, and it was still ticking. I immediately went and looked over at the other clocks in the house, and they were all at 4:05, and they had all stopped at 5:45 and were still ticking. There was no digital clocks in the house. We then smelt a very strong odor of cigarette smoke. My grandfather and my uncle did smoke, and it freaked us all out so badly we pretty much just left immediately. My mom did take the wall clock that she first saw, and it remained on 5:45, still ticking until the battery died a couple of months later. Anybody else have anything similar to this? Still gives me chills to this day. Join Paranormal M, where the strange and supernatural come to life. Subscribe and turn on notifications for updates on our newest spooky stories. Get ready for an eerie adventure. Grandmother Ghost. Firstly, I'd just like to state that I'm not a believer in ghosts. I've had a few weird experiences, but I've always sought an earthly explanation, and normally can find one. But this one is still a mystery. My grandmother died nearly 15 years ago. We were very close, and I was really upset when she died, but after the funeral, I soon got over her loss, and although occasionally I would think about her, I would largely forget about her for the most part. Just after she died, my wife and I separated. I soon met another woman. One Friday night, I was staying for the weekend at her place, a good 150 miles away from my house. And in the middle of the night, I was woken by a shaking, like a sort of shoulder. Well, something was shaking my shoulder. Something was sounding very scared. She told me that she had woken up to see a woman sitting on my side of the bed just looking at me. She was apparently glowing slightly gold. I was very tired, and it was the middle of the night and there was nothing to be seen. So I just assumed that she'd had a realistic dream, so we slept on it. When I asked her more about it in the morning, she described this woman as quite old with a kiss curl over her forehead. But the oddest thing was she noticed that she kept touching her nose as she had a permanent runny nose. This is where the shivers went down my spine. My grandmother had a kiss curl that she'd had since she was a young woman. She was the only person I'd ever seen with one. And she also had this odd habit of constantly dabbing her nose with a handkerchief. In fact, if somebody had asked me to describe the two main characteristics of her besides her humor, which she loved to give us, the kiss curl and the nose dabbing would have been the things I would say. My new girlfriend and I have never met my grandmother. Well, I never talked about her, so it seems more than a coincidence that this woman she saw could be anything other than her. Friend took out an entity of me, and I can't believe how much my life has changed. Since I'm a child, I had a lot of horrible dreams, some of them premonitions. Some of them saw demonic entities chasing me. I lived with my grandmother who died from a very aggressive cancer. When she was in her final stage, she saw the same entities that I saw. I used to draw them. I blocked it all after she died, stopped believing in anything paranormal, and as I did, loved science, and, well, I tried to find a scientific explanation. As for example, I fabricated those memories due to trauma and grief. I'm an artist now. I travel often and study abroad for a while, and even if I'm talented every single time my career was starting to rise up, something happened. Accidents, family illness, you name it. On 2022, I was in my lowest point. My career was blocked and I was penniless with a lot of debt. I sung a concert, Mayer's Symphony 2 Resurrection. I was in such a deep despair, but that concert I felt something strange. Something warm in my heart that made me cry while singing. This symphony speaks about God and how he died in his hands and resurrect. I felt like God was there, so I asked for help. 2 days later, singing the same concert, I saw a friend who I hadn't seen in a while. He told me that he could catch up to make some music. Went to his house, told me that he had a mission to complete with me. He was told to get rid of something I was carrying on energetically. I knew he had some kind of, healer qualities, but I didn't really believe it until that day. I stand against a window, and he begins reciting some prayers in an unbeknownst language with a white candle. I had my eyes closed, and I felt that my body moved without my permissions. It was as if something was moving me against my will. Suddenly, I saw eyes closed, a shadow passing in front of me. After that, he said, "It's done. You can't drink alcohol for a week, and now you need to go rest for 2 days." I said, "Okay, no problem." Went home, not really understanding much of the situation. When I was on the subway, I felt the most tired I'd ever had in my life. the day after I cried uncontrollably the whole day. Since then, I now have a scholarship created in opera that was just premiered in a national theater in my country. Found the love of my life and got married. My financial situation was drastically improved, and I finally have a happy, fulfilling life. I know it's hard to believe, but it happened to me. He said that what I carried was some demonic thing that attached to me since I was a child, as I had some abilities by myself. That's a happy ending. Childhood experience with sleep paralysis. I woke one night in high school unable to move. I was sleeping with my back to the room on a sunbed. It was my brother's room, as I was afraid to sleep in my own room, for reasons I may get to in another post. And his room was very bright at night due to outdoor floodlights. He was off at college, so the room was available. I was completely unable to move, but my perception was that I was physically able to move. My mind couldn't command my body to move. It was odd and terrifying. Eventually, I was able to move, and I turned to look at my alarm clock. I took note of the time, but my first priority was turning on the light. The room was empty, and nothing creepy happened. I stayed awake until it was time to get ready to go to school the next day. In the car on the way, I asked my sister if anything odd happened to her last night. She told me a story of waking up unable to move. And, I can't really remember the time now, but she mentioned the same time down to the minute when she was able to finally move and check the time. I realized that human memory is garbage, and that sleep paralysis is real and natural. But why the fuck did it happen to my sister the only time ever on the same night it happened to me? That wasn't the only question shared with you. Well, that wasn't the only quasi-shared experience that we had. But it's the one time I remember taking, care to not taint her experience. I'd never had sleep paralysis before and didn't explain my experience first. I only asked my sister if anything odd happened to her that night. I had another experience of sleep paralysis paired with a dream and hallucination while sleeping in that room. She's never had another. The scariest experience I've had. When I was in high school, I lived off and on a house with my older brother and younger sister. It was my father's home, as my mother and father separated when we were younger. We could go there and live pretty freely, as our father would come by to make sure we had money for food and keep all the bills paid. Once my older brother could drive, it became our refuge. The house had an entry room the size of a little living room with a long couch in it. It had a living room beside it, adjacent to the backyard. My older brother slept on the long couch in the entry room, and I slept in the living room on a loveseat adjacent to the kitchen. One night I remember waking up in the dark, terrified. The light switch was close, but I needed to stand to reach it. I lay there for a while before finally standing up just to turn on the light. Everything was fine. I lay down to go back to sleep, the light on. I woke up again in darkness, terrified. As before, I eventually stood and turned on the light. Once I was calm and less afraid, I fell asleep. This happened many times, and each time I was more afraid. I tried staying awake, and I tried to wake my brother, and I even, huddled up in the corner between the couch my brother was asleep on and the wall. Doesn't matter. Eventually, I woke up again afraid on the love seat in the dark. One of the times I thought I woke up, there were things hanging from the ceiling that looked like stockings full of lumpy, dripping masses. I didn't get up at that time. I just lay there afraid until I woke up in the dark again. I have no idea how many times this has happened, but it was really scary. The moments have faded with time, but back then it was crystal clear. What the hell made my brain do that to me? A nighttime talk with my mother. Note: I'm an adult now, but this happened when I was a teenager. On several nights when I was in teenage years, I remember waking up and talking to my mom through the air conditioning vents. This is at best highly improbable. I told myself that these experiences were dreams, but I don't remember them as dreams. They're just memories like any others. Our house was 2 stories. The second floor had air conditioning vents in the ceiling with ducts in the attic. The first floor had vents on the floor with ducts in the crawl space. These 2 systems were totally independent from each other. Several times I remember being afraid at night and going to the AC vent beside my bed. I whispered into it, telling my mom what was wrong, and she would respond, comforting me. It wasn't creepy. It was just my mom loving and caring for me. I told my mom the story one day years later, and even as I told it, I realized it was impossible. I guess they were all dreams, but it was as real to me as the rest of my childhood was. Creepy experiences at my mom's house. Almost all of the creepy things that have ever happened to me, they all happened at my mother's house. I was a child or teen then, and extremely stressed out. So some of it could have been my brain messing with me, but a few were hard for me to rationalize. These are in no particular order, and I may have posted more detail elsewhere. This is just a summary. First, a description of the house. We built the house. It was on a bit over an acre of land, which was cleared with chainsaws, machetes, and a bush hog. Though us kids mostly hauled stuff to the burn pile. I say this to make it clear that no one died in the house or anything like that, so. House itself was fairly open. When you entered, you could see up to the second-story catwalk and straight through to a large living room through glass double doors. That went out onto the back deck. There was a wooded area behind the house, and to the left where you entered was the kitchen. To the right was mine and my brother's rooms, a shared bathroom and the stairs leading up to the master bedroom and my sister's room. 1. Moving shapes in the dark. I was terrified to sleep in the dark room in my bedroom. I always saw moving, dull, colorful shapes shifting in the darkness when I slept in there. Instead, I found excuses to sleep with the light on every night. 2. My bed would randomly shake when I was laying in it at night, and first it would only shake when I was asleep, waking me up, but eventually it started happening when I was awake too. Eventually, my sister experienced it as well. 3. For about a year, I thought I was talking to my mom through the air conditioning vent in the floor next to my bed. When I mentioned it to my mom, she informed me that it never happened, and that downstairs and upstairs air conditioning systems were completely separate. 4. When vacuuming or during other loud activities, my sister and I would sometimes hear somebody tell our names. We never found any evidence of somebody actually, doing any of the yelling. 5. Out of the blue, I started feeling like something was watching me through the windows. I mostly ignored it, but one day my sister asked me what was wrong. I mentioned that I kept getting a mental image of something watching through the window. I started to describe it, and she finished the description, calling it the Loper. 6. 2 instances of sleep paralysis. One at the same time as my sister on the other side of the house, and one with just me. The second included a creepy hallucination, I hope. 7. This wasn't creepy, just strange. I walked in the front door one afternoon to see my brother walk across the back deck through the glass doors. A few seconds later, he called me from upstairs to help him instead of some shelves in the closet. Or installing. 8. Several nights I woke up, or thought I did, from someone or something trying to get me to leave. Once it was a little girl standing next to my bed. several times just a voice from the hallway. When I tried to turn on the lights in this situation, they never worked. I assumed this to be some combination of a dream or waking hallucination, but holy shit was it scary. 9. When we first moved into the house, I remember laying on the floor in my room at night, afraid, looking out the window. Saw a cloud that looked like a skull drift past the window quickly. In hindsight, I know that I couldn't see the sky from there, only the forest. 10. There were double windows directly behind our family PC. At night, when you're using it, sometimes something would hit the window pretty hard the side down. It would make it like a sort of scratchy sound. We assumed it was bats or birds doing it, but never found any corpses. Those are violent windows. That's all I can think of at the moment, outside of various nightmares that were clearly that. But let me know if you want to hear any of these other things, though. It's really been over 20 years, so I may not really remember all of it. Does manipulation of energy do anything, or does it just have a placebo effect? When I was younger, I was afraid all the time when I was alone, particularly at night. I often felt like I was being watched from the ceiling or through windows, but of course I never saw anything. Due to some conversations with people I knew, I decided to try using my personal energy, for lack of a better word, or application of intent, to make myself safer. When I started to feel creeped out by something, I would focus on a flame around me, burning, anything that meant me ill. I would envision connections between me and those harmful things, and I would allow the flame to travel over the connection to burn whatever was trying to harm me. It was shockingly effective. I went from too creeped out to go into my bathroom to mostly comfortable hanging out outside alone in the dark. When I finally bought my first house as an adult, I felt somewhat uncomfortable there. I felt like things were watching me, lurking in my home. And for clarity, this was new construction. I slightly modified my strategy. I focused on the idea of drawing in energy from my environment and sort of claiming it as my own, then pushing it into the walls of my house. I tried to imprint my intent on it. Protection, healing, and welcome for anybody or anything that meant no harm, and destruction to anything that meant me harm. I eventually added pushing that energy into the land my home stood on. It seemed to work. I only did this for a few weeks, but I left completely safe in my home, and about a decade before the feeling of something running across my bed woke me. Told myself it was a dream, turning on my closet light, and went back to sleep. But for about a week, things kept happening to wake me up. It was creepy, so I tried my old trick again. And like magic, my house felt safe and everything was normal again. Before I found this method, I tried a lot of things to feel safe. From trying to apply prayer or using more friendly forms of supposed magic that I read about online to gain protection. All those ever did was make me feel less safe over time. Every time I tried to study it or apply what I found online, my life got creepy. Am I doing anything besides tricking myself? Well, I will keep doing it as long as it makes my life better. But the rational part of me makes me feel a bit silly doing it. I'm an engineer, and that mindset applies here. I don't do much care if it's real, as long as I get the effect I want. And I do. But knowing would be nice. Strange encounters. Story 1. Possible mimics. My name is Olivia. Sometime around 2012, I had a friend over for one of our weekend sleepovers. On this night, we stayed up late. We always tried to see how long we could stand fighting sleep and enjoy delirium and scared ourselves with scary stories and experiences. It was around 3 a.m., We're sitting on the floor, talking quietly because my grandfather had to be at work in the morning early. We didn't want to upset him, like we had on nights before, by being loud and obnoxious. It wasn't long after 3 that my grandpa burst into my room, absolutely enraged with us. He sternly scolded us, saying that he saw us under the outside light, kind of like a street lamp in the neighborhood, but I live on a dirt road. He told us that we would be in big trouble if he ever caught us out there at that time again. We were absolutely dumbfounded by this. We hadn't left the bedroom all night because we scared ourselves with ghost and skinwalker stories. I told him that he was mistaken because he had no intention of going out to the dark, or rather we hadn't, but he didn't believe us. The worst part about this is we only had maybe 2 or 3 neighbors at the time, and none of them were teenagers. We were 30 minutes from any town. Couldn't even at this day find any explanation for this, and he never did really wind up believing us. He swore it was us, and he saw us clear as day. Story number 2. Aliens. I'm not too sure my exact age when this experience happened, but I'm going to estimate that I was maybe 11 or 12. My name's Olivia. My little cousin, who was maybe 10 or so at the time, was over, and we decided to jump on the trampoline. It was starting to get dark outside, but we chose to remain playing because I lived in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do, really, than be outside. We were playing Crack the Egg. That's when the strangest thing that I still don't understand happened. Behind my grandparents' trailer was 2 sheds. One was directly in front of the trampoline, the other was maybe a couple of 100 feet away from us to the right. In the middle of the game, my cousin stopped playing. I was staring off into the distance, entranced. So I look over to the shed, the furthest from us, and there was something floating directly above it. The only way I know to describe it was it looked like a graviton at the fair. Gravitron. It had light circling around it and beams of light facing the sky and the roof of the shed. The weirdest part is that it was completely silent. Not a single sound came from it. It was floating and completely still. Once I regained control of myself, I ran inside to tell my grandparents. Their trailer was right behind us, so we could be there in less than a minute. I told them what I saw. When they followed me outside, it was gone. Not a single noise was heard, and it vanished. I asked my cousin where it went, but he couldn't explain or comprehend what he had experienced. Never saw it again. Still doesn't make any sense. Story 3. Demons. Sometime around 2016, I was staying over at a friend's house. There's a lot of lore pertaining to her in an old 1800s house her father had purchased and started renovating that may have led up to these events. But some of that information is a little bit too personal to share. Pretty much live with her at this point, spending weeks at her time, and, well, this house was just a plain brick home in a decently sized neighborhood. But we believed her father bringing items such as pictures found in the walls, windows, and letters from the home in the country in an old mine was the cause for the strange activity. On this night, we experienced something I never thought was possible. Still shakes me to my core. We had just finished watching a movie around 10 p.m. She decided to use the restroom before we called it a night. She stood up from the bed and walked to her bedroom door. She barely opened it a crack and slammed it back shut. Then she fell to the ground in tears. Startled by this random change in emotion, I asked her what was wrong. She kept crying and kind of laughing hysterically, like you would out of intense fear. To be clear, we had just watched a children's movie, nothing remotely scary, so there's no reason for her to be jumpy like that. She finally calmed down enough to tell me that there was a figure about 4 feet in height, slightly transparent, like fly-like eyes and a furry body floating down the hallway toward the bathroom. She had some trouble explaining what to compare this entity to, but struggled. She decided to just not go to the bathroom, and we immediately pulled out our laptop to see if Google could be of any assistance. Surprise, surprise, it wasn't. After about an hour of rummaging through the different websites and Google videos, we just finally calmed down and gave up. Before I go on, let me paint a mental image of her bedroom for you. It was set up to where her bed was in the corner facing the doorway. To the right of that were 2 double doors and closets. Once we shut the lights off, we laid things, got very bad very fast. Keep in mind the door was shut, and her cat and her dog don't sleep with her. She hates fur in her bed. My bed is fur. She settled down, got under the covers. After maybe 4 minutes, it felt like something jumped onto the foot of the bed. It felt like the weight of a medium-sized dog. I started smacking her arm, begging her to tell me whether she felt it or that she accidentally maybe let the dog in. But she only responded with, "Please just ignore it, I don't want to deal with it." I couldn't let it go. The weight started to feel like something on all fours was crawling up onto the bed with us. Crawling not like a small dog walking on the bed. I started to feel hot and breathing heavy out of fear, begging her to acknowledge what was happening. She continued to tell me to ignore it so it would stop. Then, when it got worse, both closets opened and a weird rustling sound filled the room like somebody was going through her things. The weight got heavier and heavier. She stopped responding to me by this point, and I was in tears. The most terrifying part of all of it was something that she doesn't even remember. She started talking in a childlike voice, not of her own, telling me that it would all be over soon and that he was here. And I don't know who he is, but I didn't care to find out. The room had a stench of rotting dead animals, and the bed started to wiggle and shake, almost as if it were pressed against a dryer. She wasn't moving. She still wasn't even responding. She was giggling in this voice. By this point, it's almost 3 a.m. and the activity's not coming to an end. I start to feel knocks under the bed, and I'm left to just cry because I'm not getting out of that damn bed alone. After a few minutes of this shaking and stench, everything came to a halt. My friend had stopped talking and giggling and asked me what happened and seemed confused by my irate tone of voice and tears. I know you may be thinking that she was messing with me, but she would never stop that low, or rather stoop, without telling me it was a joke later. This was probably the weirdest, most messed up experience of my life to this date. Story 4. Ghost. I would say I was in 3rd grade when this happened to me. My grandpa had just finished building, painting, and laying carpet in my room. He built on rooms to a single-wide trailer, and my room was sort of directly across from their room, and my grandma made me a pallet in their floor to sleep in until the paint had dried completely. To be clear, I was an only child at the time, and no one had lived with us. It was maybe me being 8 or 9, or it being 8 or 9 at night, and it was storming outside. So I was a little bit afraid of falling asleep. Caught myself tossing and turning, trying to get comfortable, and out of the corner of my eye saw a figure in the doorway. I focused on the door, and what I saw had me frozen in fear. A little girl in period clothing was standing there, staring at me. She appeared to be 6 or 7 years old, and she had ringlet curls with ribbons, lacy socks, and a frilly little dress and dress shoes. She had a gloomy look on her face and stood still staring. She was almost transparent with a glowing blue tint to her silhouette. I finally broke free of my trance, covered my face, and counted to 10. She was no longer there when I opened my eyes. Story 5. Dogs. To preface the story, I lived on a dirt road about 30 or so minutes from any town. I only had 2 neighbors. None of them had pets but one. I was maybe 11 at the time, and I was sleeping in a room facing the road. My windows was directly above my bed. I heard my dog barking outside, and annoyed I got up to see what she could possibly be barking at. I cannot to this day understand what I was seeing. There was approximately 12 dogs in a weird triangle formation that I'd never seen before, even to this day. They were sitting down looking straight ahead of my dog, who appeared to be pacing, barking between rests. When she would stop, they would bark one at a time in response almost. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief and just paused in fear. The dogs varied in breed and size. The only one I recognized was my neighbor's dog, Shep. I sat there and watched them as long as I could stand, but eventually just accepted it as a weird occurrence and just laid down, knowing there was nothing I could or would do about it. Story 6. In reference to the friend from Story 3, Mimic. This story occurred at my friend's house. Pretty much lived with her at this point, so we would do things separately but in the same space. Just enjoyed each other's company. Before we parted ways for the morning, she had asked me to trim her hair for her, so I did. When we were finished, she stayed behind to clean up the mess. So I went into the living room and got out the other laptop, put in headphones, played 8-ball pool. Very exciting, I know. Maybe about 10 minutes later, she walked into the room with a blank expression. I removed my headphones and asked her what was up. She asked, "How long have you been sitting here?" I responded that I'd been there since we finished trimming her hair. Her face dropped. "So you haven't been in the bathroom?" "No, I've been here the whole time." "So you haven't been talking to me?" I asked her to elaborate and get to the point. "I was cleaning up the hair and realized I needed a deodorant, so I called out to you because I saw a shadow like you were in the bathroom. I asked you if you saw it in there, and you responded in an annoyed tone that there's no deodorant in the bathroom, that I could come look for it myself. I walked into the bathroom, and you weren't there, so I peeked behind the wall hiding the toilet, thinking you were trying to scare me. You weren't there." I don't know how to respond to her because I had not heard of any of this because I had headphones in. I was listening to music at a pretty high volume. My cousin was saved by her great-grandfather that's already dead. I have a cousin who fell from the third-floor window of our old antique house. When they checked on him, he had no concussions, bruises, or any injuries. The 5 people who saw how he fell will never forget what they saw. My cousin had been saved, but my great-grandfather, who died the day before my cousin was born. This great-grandfather of ours served in the military. He lived in a small apartment on New York. The people who saw it saying that they saw my cousin levitating, and that there's something stopping him from hitting the ground. The witnesses said it was a transparent white smoke-like figure wrapped around him and all the way down to the ground. There was a smoke at the bottom. And when they asked my cousin what happened, he just said, "It's Grandpa." Doppelganger and my recurring dream as a child. When I was a child, my mom went to take a shower. I stayed in the bedroom watching TV. The bedroom window faced a small indoor courtyard of the house. The bathroom window also opened to this courtyard. Because of this, I could see the bathroom light on and I could hear the shower running. After a few minutes, my mom walked past the TV wrapped in a towel. Found it strange because I could still hear the shower running and see the bathroom light on. I said, "Mom, the shower's still on." She remained silent and continued walking toward the window in the wall. Then, to my shock, she simply walked through the wall. About 2 seconds later, my mom, the real one this time, entered the bedroom and walked the same path, doing the exact same actions as before, but this time it was actually her. Told her what had just happened. We prayed together and never talked about it again. Another story I have is about a recurring dream I used to have as a child. The dream of the faceless man was always the same. There was this man wearing a gray suit with thin blue stripes and holding a briefcase. His face existed, but it was completely hidden in shadows. In the dream, nothing ever happened. He would simply stand there inside my house watching me, not speaking or moving. I always felt intense fear and anguish in the dream because he was a stranger inside my home. I couldn't figure out who he was. I would scream and try to throw something at him, but the most he ever did was calmly cross hands over his briefcase. The unsettling part was that every time I dreamed of this man, something bad would happen to my family or me shortly after. Unexpected deaths would appear, somebody would get sick or pass away, or accidents would happen, or fights would break out. I've always had a close relationship with my family, and I was encouraged to talk about these things even as a child. I think a lot of this openness comes from the fact that my great-uncle was a man named Zé Arrigo, a famous medium in the 1960s and 70s, and one of the most renowned in Brazil. Definitely worth a look if you're curious. Spelled Zearigo. One day I shared the dream in detail with my family. My grandmother was visibly startled and told me the suit the man was wearing matched exactly the one her father had been buried in. A gray suit with thin blue stripes. His favorite. My great-grandfather passed away 44 years ago. 44. I'm 26 now. And all I've ever heard about him is that he was a deeply good and a fair man. He was very wealthy, but he did live to help others. That's it. Never shared these stories with anyone outside my family and my wife, but this morning I suddenly remembered them and felt like sharing. Any thoughts? Has anyone ever heard of this type of thing? I don't know if I should post this because everybody's going to think I'm crazy. It's happened once already when I said something a couple of months ago when it all started. I'm seeing letters and symbols. And that's not even the crazy part yet. My ex-wife has my kids and I haven't seen her in 5 years. So I don't know what's going on with her, but I started to look at the letters on the floor. I saw X everywhere, pretty much. I said X, and then the name Kim popped up. As soon as legible letters appear, they're almost always scribbled and jumbled over by something else. I don't know if Kim died, I said to myself. Ex-wife? And the floor felt as if someone was jumping up and down, almost as if somebody was excited. So then I said Kim, and the floor started slightly bouncing. I say bouncing, but I don't know the right word. Imagine someone right next to you jumping up and down. You can feel it, you know? So I started trying to communicate, and I don't get full sentences. Lots of names are appearing. Maybe they were always there, I just never really took the time to really stare and examine them. The name Roy, and then help followed by hell. I can feel them pass through my body. It almost feels like pins and needles. And one also, I have ghost cats that jump up onto my bed at night by my feet. I'm not making this shit up, man. I'll welcome a reputable paranormal investigator. Kim, I think, is trying to give me a message to get my kids in South Carolina. Maybe she doesn't want them with her husband. I don't know. There's more, a lot more. Let's just see how this post does and how many people will blame it on drugs or mental health before I continue, I guess. Help. Recently, my girlfriend told me with the history I have told her, and what's come out at home in the last few months. Spirits touch me. Orbs seen by the dozens at points. Black and white smoke wisps from nowhere. My bed getting punched, grabbed, and pulled. My brother and girlfriend thought I was nuts. I made them believe, and they sure do. But yesterday I decided to try to close my eyes. I used to do this as a child to see the future. Place my hands out. Strangely, my hands picked up a lot of vibrations. I feel in tune with them oddly, and I always push my vibration on people to guess the shape. You know, on their backs or on their palms. Stupid parlor trick, but I feel a lot of energy rise from the tips. I can do it from 3 inches away, and they know and they feel it. After a minute of it, it's changing from the blackness to red. It forms like a man in the door in my room. I watch and my temperature rose up, so I stopped and just immensely was tired. Weird and whatever, I thought. Told my brother, we shrugged it off, and I've never seen anything but black before with my eyes shut. That afternoon, however, my girlfriend came to me scared to death because she saw a shadow in the door. What the fuck? I told her it'd just be him. I did it 3 times today. Same weird headache told me and my temperature got hot again. 3 visions. I have a million stories this month alone of shit. She thinks that I'm a witch. We looked it up. Took a male witch like a male nurse, by the way. Sorry, fellas, there were a list of traits, and I was all of them. What do I do? Can somebody help explain this to me? My family's memory of crying babies under the stairs. So now that I have some more time on my hands, I'd like to post an update on my family's memory of crying babies under the stairs. In 2006, my family had moved across town to a bigger, newer home. This is where I spent my childhood from age 2 to 13. Almost every night during scripture study with my family, all 5 of my siblings and my mom heard something spooky. My dad, being hard of hearing, claimed he was closer to God, and that's why he didn't notice anything. We had to practically force him to check it out. Nothing ever came of it. Underneath the stairs had 2 concrete walls, one of which was shared with the garage. The other was up against dirt. There's a concrete slab underneath and the stairs which didn't have drywall. When I talked to my older sister the other day, she told me the crying sound would come from down the hallway as well. Only then did I remember the full extent of my childhood nightmare. In fact, a whole flood of memories came back to me at once. It was almost like those flashbacks you see in movies. The ones where it shows you images of clips of what they're remembering. And now my fear of the dark is a lot more present. I remember the feeling of walking down the long, dark hallways. I remember all the creepy things I saw in the shadows. I remember exactly how the cries sounded. And all sorts of other noises as well. I can assure you that I'm not making any of this up. The sounds and physical things that we had experienced were in no way something that could be explained with logical thinking. We would on multiple occasions have home blessings through our church, usually once a year, but if it got bad enough, we would do it more. Sometimes even when, some of my siblings were having horrible dreams or seeing things, we would have blessings done to ourselves. Never mattered what time it was, if we needed it, we got it. And this being said, I now realize that the other ward members probably knew something was seriously wrong. I, on the other hand, was oblivious to really how messed up this whole situation was. I was homeschooled and very sheltered, so I didn't talk to many people outside my direct bloodline. This was the leading factor of never really doing anything about it. A normal night for me and my family was sitting in the living room doing scripture study, when out of nowhere we would hear a faint but apparent cry of a baby's voice. The sound would come from under the stairs or down the hallway, but never in both places at the same time. At the end of the hallway was my little sister's room, which was directly across the hall from my parents. With that, I think it's safe to assume it was a child's room. Either way, every time we approached the room, the crying would suddenly move. It sounded like it was coming from below the stairs and vice versa. Okay, honestly, talking about all this is freaking me out, so I'm gonna go leave you guys with this. More later. Smiley face. Is there a mimic? When I was younger, 3 years old, we moved into my grandparents' old Victorian house. They bought a lovely house nearby, and due to my parents having 6 kids and a 4-bed house, their house was sold to my mom and dad, as it's a 6-bed house. Growing up, we had countless weird things happen. Horrible nightmares, hearing things, seeing shadows, feelings of being watched, not being alone when you were alone. But my dad was a Catholic Christian, so I often played it down. As I got older, he explained that we don't believe in spirits. Find it funny as we believe in the Holy Spirit, but okay. And that basically we don't mess with that stuff, as he's always been told not to mess with the unknown. One thing that always happened and still happens to this day is the hello ghost, we call it. It's happened to pretty much all of us. Mom and most 6 of us kids and our partners. It might have happened to my dad, but he wouldn't admit that. Whatever this is will usually get you when there's no one else home, which was rare due to having so many people living there. It sounded like our eldest sister shouting hello, hello, hello over and over and over again. I won't like we all issued a hello back, and I won't like we all used to hello back, as we wouldn't we? Whoa. Every time somebody came through the front door, we would shout hello as a means of I'm home, kind of a thing. So it was very plausible that my sister just came home and was doing the usual hello, but eventually you'd get pissed like, yes, hello, because it wouldn't stop despite you saying hello back. I've even remembered once after my cousin from Australia came to live with us for a year that he'd gone back home and had been gone around a week. I walked past the room he was staying, and I heard him clear as day having a conversation with my brother. I didn't even question it for a moment until it dawned on me that he was in fact on the other side of the world. Again, I didn't know what mimics were, and this was over a decade ago. So I walked into the room. The room was empty. There was also a time my 2 older brothers were home alone. They rang my dad terrified. They had barricaded themselves into our living room. They said that they had heard the most terrifying scream. My dad first told them to check if any of our sisters or myself was home alone. Maybe they screamed. But they legit wouldn't leave that room. They said that they didn't hear anybody come in and they were alone in the house, definitely. My sister and her partner eventually came home. The house was checked. No one else was home. My dad said it must have been the pipes in the walls. Like, come on, Dad. Gotta love him, though. My partner of 11 years lived at my parents' house for a while with me before we got our own place. Was always so skeptical about the hello ghost, always saying that he didn't believe in that stuff. Well, we moved back home for a few months while transitioning from one flat to another. At this point, a good few siblings had moved out, so being home alone was quite normal now. When we first lived there, we lived in the basement. Catholic Christian Dad shunned us down there the first time we lived there, as he didn't want us sharing a bed and knew that cellar creeped me the fuck out, so he thought by offering us that room, I'd be like, nah. But nope, I opted to scare the crap out of myself every night just to sleep next to my boyfriend. Boyfriend slept soundly every night thanks to him not believing in the paranormal. The second time we moved, he allowed us to sleep in my old room at the top floor. I got in from work one night, my boyfriend looked shaken up. I was like, what's wrong? He explained that he is sure that he heard my sister shouting hello before. I was like, oh right, let me guess, you went looking and didn't find her. His first response was, the hello ghost? I was so relieved that he finally understood, and nonetheless terrified because that meant it was still happening after all these years. But yep, he got pissed at her shouting hello over and over again despite him responding, and then panicked as if she had epilepsy. Thought, what if she's going into a seizure? He went to look and he was the only one home at all. He said he just went back to gaming into her room because fuck that. Maybe the power of the Xbox compel you. Over the years, the voices sounded like my mom, myself, our other sister, and of course, that time it sounded like my cousin. Usually after a bit of helloing back, going to look, it just stops. It really stops. Like it never was there to begin with. So now I'm left wondering, do we have a mimic at my parents' house? No matter how many of us have gone looking, nothing bad has happened. Up to now, fingers crossed. But should I sage their house? I'm sure my dad will have had blessed before moving in, but that was like 20 years ago. Do we leave it as it's not causing any harm? Advice? Very much appreciated. I have no explain for this. Buckle up. Some background info. I am the oldest of 4 siblings. My family is very sensitive to paranormal events and experiences. And because of that, my mom had always trusted me and my siblings when it came to ghosts and such. I also am very in tune with the supernatural, and I have a very hard time falling asleep because of this event. At the time, my mom was in an abusive relationship. We're fine now, though. So it was safe to say that there's a lack of negative emotions, or rather a lot of negative emotions and energy in that house that I think culminated in the house becoming haunted. Now, my experience. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, me and my brother, who was 4 years younger than me, shared a room together, and he had this little RC dirt bike that he loved to play with, even though it didn't work anymore. We were poor, didn't want to waste money on buying batteries for a toy. So, closer 4 was... So, what? So, closer 4 was broken off its hinges by the abuser in my mom's relationship at the time, and we didn't fix it because, again, we were poor. But when me and my brother had been sent to our rooms to go to bed, I couldn't fall asleep. I was really creeped out for no reason. But my brother had fallen asleep quite quickly. And after an hour or two, so around 12 a.m., I see a figure that was completely black, like darker than the dark in my room, just standing in the corner facing me. Then it crawled up the wall and across the ceiling to over my bed, meanwhile facing me the entire time. This could just be sleep paralysis, but I haven't experienced it since, and I could move because I remember trying to hide under my blanket, but it never went away. When all of a sudden my brother wakes up and the figure disappeared. Then my brother's little dirt bike toy rolled out of the closet, blaring the alarm sound with its lights flashing. This then caused me and my brother to scream bloody murder, which woke up my sister, who came running into our room because they were right across from me in my brother's room. And when they saw the bike flashing and playing an alarm, they also started screaming. Then my mom ran into the room, saw the bike, walked over, grabbed it, and the sound stopped. She let us stay in her room that night, and we were all scared, obviously. She later told me that when she picked the bike up, she realized that the bike was set to off. And even if it wasn't the bike, it was missing its batteries as previously stated. And even still, if it had batteries, the nodes in the battery pack were missing. That's because of how bad the toy was. So, there's no possible way for that toy to have plausibly rolled out of the closet like that. I'd like to say that even though I believe the paranormal, I'm still very skeptical and logical. Even now, I have no possible ideas on how that bike was on and drove out of the closet itself without batteries. The event is etched into my brain because of the shadow man that I saw right before this. After this event, my siblings and me have been seeing things flying off shelves, and have seen shadow people around the house. We've since moved out and are in such a better place in life that whenever I walk or drive past the house, I get this terrible gut feeling like I'm a little kid, and the shadow person is still looming over my head, just staring at me, waiting for my return. Also, I'd like to state this is not a sorry that I have made up. This is a legit experience that me and my siblings had, and that has remained in my memory because of how terrified I was. My kids have seen the same figure. Both of my sons have seen the same figure now. When my 7-year-old was between 2 and 3, he related that he kept seeing a man with claws in his bedroom. He was very hesitant to tell us about it. A number of times came crying in our room, at that time directly across the hall from his, in the pre-dawn hours, saying that this figure was too scary. He called it Mr. Snip-Snips. Never saw the figure after turning 3, and my wife and I attributed it to childhood night terrors. In 2022, we had our second son. He and his brother now sleep in our old bedroom, while we sleep in a new bedroom across the house. Our 7-year-old's room is now a playroom for them. Just this morning, my 2-year-old woke up and said that he saw a big man in the bathroom. He wasn't outwardly scared of it, but I could tell he doesn't like talking about him. Just a few minutes ago, he said something about the figure. I asked him what this man looked like. He told me that the big man had cat hands or claws. This is almost exactly what his brother described when he was my youngest's age. I'm starting to think that Mr. Snip-Snips isn't just a childhood nightmare. The only difference is that my 2-year-old is seeing him in the bathroom rather than the playroom or former bedroom. Has anyone else's kids ever seen the same figure? Just curious. Scratched by a demon-like entity. It was about 2 to 3 weeks ago when we went to investigate a forest which is rumored to be haunted in an island close to Athens called Salamina. The stories surrounding the forest are relatively new, but strong enough to convince other investigators as well to investigate the forest. The biggest story is one that involves the monastery inside the forest. 4 men were driving late in the night, until a lady wearing all black, supposedly a nun, stopped the car in the middle of the road. The men asked the lady if she needed any help, but got no answer. She looked both of them and said to the guy, not wearing a cross, "You will come with me." The guy, hypnotized, left the car and followed the lady to the woods. His friends at first thought that he was joking, but when their friend didn't return, they went out looking for him. No, they didn't find him. There's also rumors about black magic and a homicide that took place, if I'm not mistaken, in 2013. When we were investigating the forest, the activity wasn't that strong to convince us of anything. We had 1 to 2 locations that people around the area were able to give us that rituals had taken place in. So we moved toward them to check them out. The energy was a bit off, but nothing that unusual. We set up candles trying to resemble a ritual and set them like an EMF right up in the middle. We were constantly asking questions to anyone or anything that might be listening. Around 30 minutes go by, and other than some spikes on the EMF and maybe 1 or 2 voices on the spirit box, nothing else happened. That was until one member started provoking and being disrespectful to the spirits. I can remember the mood getting heavier and my friend being visibly upset and not in the right state of mind. We were all too scared to stop him. When I decided to step foot and stop him, I grabbed him from his arm and told him to stop. That moment I felt my arm getting hotter and hotter, not knowing why. When I looked at it, I saw 3 scratches in my arm. The same arm that I grabbed my friend, and my friend zoned out just looking at these candles. I tried to wake him up while the other guy blew out the candles and picked up the EMF. When he woke up, he was super tired, like somebody took out his energy. Didn't remember anything about the last 30 minutes. We went home looking at the scratches, and I tried to remember if I ever accidentally scratched my arm before the investigation or at the investigation. Couldn't remember. Plus the fact that I felt the burn when I grabbed my friend who was possessed. Nothing makes sense about that night. Let me know what you think. I want to hear your opinion as well. Maybe I'm a bit delusional or biased. My 3-year-old with a ghost. In 1991, I was 6 years old. My family, my mom, dad, and sister had moved to a different part of town. Better schools, nicer area, that kind of thing. It was certainly an upgrade from where we were moving from. The house stood out from other houses in the neighborhood. It was only 2 stories in the neighborhood, and the foundation noticeably sat up higher than the surrounding houses. My dad had learned that when the neighborhood was being developed and the land was being leveled and flattened, they would up with a big mound of excess dirt, so they basically just built a house on top of it. It was a tri-level house with a 2-car garage, family room, 1/2 bath, closet in the lowest level. After living there comfortably for 10 or so years, my parents decided to combine the 1/2 bath and the closet into a full bath. To do this, we had to jackhammer through the concrete foundation to add more plumbing for the new shower that was going in. Keep in mind that context is speculative, given that there's no way to know if doing so had anything to do with what started happening almost immediately after we remodeled that bathroom. It's just always felt that way to me and my family. The middle portion of the house was a kitchen, and a dining room and a living space. There were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom at the top level. Within days of the remodel, late at night, my dad's stereo system turned on in the living room while everyone was asleep. I was the first to wake up, so I went downstairs expecting to find my dad rocking out at like 2 a.m. for some reason, although he's definitely never done that before. Though he was and is quite the audiophile, so you never know. But as I'm getting down the stairs, not only am I realizing it's some random late-night radio playing, but there aren't even any lights on. I just remember turning on the lamp and going over to the stereo cabinet, turning off the receiver, and just standing there like, what the hell? I was the only one who woke up as far as I knew. I had a feeling that my sister, who was 14 at the time, was pulling a prank. But when I accused her of doing it the next morning, she wasn't having it. Parents brushed it off, considering they never heard anything either. Well, this would keep happening. I'd say probably 8 or 10 more times in the following couple of months. The same thing would happen every time. Always in the middle of the night. Stereo would come on and the volume would slowly go up until somebody ran downstairs and turned it off. There were times I'd gotten it so loud before somebody actually would make it downstairs that this particularly frustrated the hell out of my dad because the stereo system was his pride and joy. He was afraid the speakers were going to get damaged. Very fair. My parents, of course, thought either my sister or I were doing this. But before we'd even had fully convinced them that it wasn't us, other things started happening. For example, I was standing in the upstairs shower washing my hair one time, and as I'm facing the back of the shower wall, I see a shadow sweep around the whole shower. Of course, I pulled the curtain open, expecting to see my sister or somebody messing with me, but no one was there and the door was locked. There were a lot of shadow incidents. From the living room, you can see the upstairs to some degree. We'd often see out of the corner of our eyes something quickly crossing the hallway from one room to another. Like you would just barely catch a flash of something when no one was up there. Touch of lamps would come on by themselves often. My dad said on multiple occasions he'd be lying awake having trouble sleeping. The touch lamp on the nightstand next to him would come on by itself. Most notably, my close friend and my dad described seeing the exact same person in the house. In fact, they both saw this person while doing the same thing, which was walking to the front door when no one else was home. Probably a year or so into these occurrences, my dad got home from work one day, opened the front door, saw a young girl around my sister's age standing at the top of the stairs that would take you down into where the remodeled bathroom is. He said she looked about my sister's age and had a similar blonde hair, wearing a light blue dress with white collar. As soon as he saw her, she bolted down the stairs. He went over there, checked the whole downstairs, upstairs, no one was home. A friend of mine, not long after that, would do the exact same thing. Got home from school, threw in my keys to open the door because I was carrying stuff, walked in the front door, saw the same thing my dad saw, described the same hair, clothes, and everything. I wish the story got juicier from here, but ultimately we just adapted to it. It was a little spooky, but once we realized it was just a young girl, we were so used to it anyway, it was almost comical. Things kept happening up until the point I moved out at 19 and the house was sold about a year later when my parents would divorce. One other interesting detail is that the guy who bought the house did so as an investment property that he planned to rent out. Can't tell you how many times I've seen that house being sold or going up for rent over the 20 years. Did we release the ghost of a young girl after breaking through the foundation? Perhaps a grave was amongst the mound of dirt that the house was built on. Did something nefarious happen, or was it an annoying glitch in the matrix? Regardless, it's always been fun to speculate.